So Lynn, generally the process has been that we start with any opening comments, conversation, 4 or 5 minutes, whatever we need to kind of set the stage, set the tone, and then we'll go through the budget line by line. Currently, we are $275,041 over budget. So we're in the hole. Oh, but yeah, seems like it has been since I've been a commissioner anyway. Someday wouldn't it be amazing to
have money coming back?
Have a greater revenue stream than we have expenditures. I would also request, in respect to our guests that I've asked to sit outside, that we speak up so that they can hear. If you guys cannot hear us out in the hallway, you're welcome to signal to. I can't see you, so you'd have to signal to somebody. So.
Or yell.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes,
I would just like to thank you folks out in the hall for my accommodation, for being so close together. So thank you. Nothing negative, just I got a brand new baby I'm going to see next week and it scares me a little bit.
So, gentlemen, page 64 is a summary, and then 65 and 65 and 66 are the working copies of that 66, of course, being the fuel. So,
Time 57 also, please.
Pardon me?
57 needs to come into play also.
Yeah, capital improvement, of course, yeah. So with that, Lynn, I would turn the floor over to you for any opening comments, or you don't have to, but if you have some, that'd be
We
great.
really have a lot other than we'll just dig into this. We have a couple of big items that have not been on an airport budget request ever, I don't think. So they're kind of shocking figures, and we certainly should discuss all of them.
Okay,
We'd like to discuss that maybe at the end.
okay.
If you want to go through all the-
Capital improvement will be at the end. Yeah.
So, and then even the bigger contract labor.
Okay. Yeah, if you want to defer to something later, then that's just indicate that, and we can go by that.
You're gonna knock out the smaller ones.
If you guys are up for that.
Yeah, it's fine. And so on behalf of the commissioners, I want you guys to understand that this is business. This isn't personal. This isn't friendship. This is just business. I wish it were, things would be different, right, Lynn? We have
It's business, but we can still.
right. We have a fiduciary responsibility to try to do the best we can. We have to balance the budget one way or the other. So,
And we understand that.
and so it has come up the last couple of days that we have a pretty frank discussion. Some of the discussion doesn't even involve the presenters. It involves where we're at philosophically, how we're going to approach the process. We don't have a pre-budget meeting. Maybe we should talk about that some, so we could knock out some of the stuff that we had to discuss yesterday that really probably wasn't fair to the presenter, because we were trying to cross our T's and dot our I's. And it may happen today. I'm not saying it won't, but I just want to encourage you not to take it personally. We just believe we have a job to do, and we try to do it the best we can. And we know you have a job to do, and that's what we've asked you to do when you serve on a board. So with that, if you want to begin, so you would rather postpone the conversation on the contract labor until later. Okay.
Yeah, if you want.
I'm all right with that, gentlemen.
Yeah, absolutely. Not a big deal.
Yeah.
So let's talk about, and then we'll skip 204 because we have a whole nother budget page on 204. So let's go down to operating supplies, 203. I'm on page 65. Operating supplies of $1,200.
Right. That's we added $200 from the 2020 budget from $1,000 to $1,200, and that's just to cover whatever additional costs and resupply my costs. That's good. No. Basically, that was just a strong up for on that one. Aviation fuel.
203.
We we have a change amount we submitted. We submitted $25,000.
Oh, okay, hold on just a second.
Just go down the, There's 65.
We're on page 65.
65.
Yeah.
Start off with contract labor at 32,000.
No.
Mr. J, they just asked us to
Oh,
defer
yeah,
that.
I apologize.
and that's not,
I apologize.
that contract labor is not on my 65.
I agree. I agree.
That's on 66.
65 aviation fuel.
They have fuel and they have admin. They have-
So here's
Are you on admin or?
So you guys have the summary?
Yeah, admin,
Yeah,
administrative.
we go off,
right.
we're going off of
The
this.
summary is.
All right, you
no
want to go off the
contract.
summary?
Yeah.
No contract labor.
No,
We go off.
Yeah.
You want us to do something?
It's there, yeah.
We can.
Oh,
does yours say 63
I put it
on the
together.
bottom?
Right, it wouldn't be on the other one, no. So do you want to go on, so we got to get on the same page. I don't care particularly.
Well,
Uh,
this is the one.
Expenditures.
Okay,
Yeah, we're.
and my page number didn't come up. I think it was 64.
Yeah, page 64.
Yeah, it's got the same numbers.
Yeah.
And it looks like I've got two pages, 64s, right? Because there was, you said there was an error on that one part.
And
So
I'm not
we-
sure if they all received that or no.
Okay. all
Which
right,
ones?
We'll sort it out. I'll tell you what,
Where
let's,
my, had the formula
Right,
there,
you had
where
the-
the 32,000 is handwritten.
Yeah.
Okay.
okay.
I said, I know I sent it to everybody, but I know.
But that's not been in the book.
No, but that is the correct
Right.
amount. That's why we
64.
have two pieces that,
64B is the correct.
yes, I just physically wrote over mine in the book once I found.
So
it.
let's do this, gentlemen. And JC, I realize this is first budget hearing, so let's go to page 65. That way, when we get to fuel, it's on a separate budget page altogether. Let's not work off, if you guys have it, if you don't,
Well,
we'll either get it
all
or.
of those, our pages aren't numbered. So I don't know which, show
Okay.
me what it looks like, but it's you're looking at. Yeah.
It's titled Airport Expenditures Admin.
All this, go make these.
So at that fuel, so.
That one there.
Should really have,
All this, go
Make
make.
it.
the whole
So
She's gonna make a
All
comment.
right, all right.
We'll have everything will be the same.
Okay.
That's what, and that still says fuel.
Yeah. Thank you.
there's a fuel page, there's an admin page, and there's a summary page.
Right.
Okay.
So
Even though this says fuel on it, but
it should be zero on the admin
Should be
page,
zero.
right?
Yeah,
So we'll deal with fuel separately. So let's go back then on operating supplies. Bringing you guys copies, you'd said you've increased that by $200. You don't have custodial budgeted in there, right?
No.
Where the
No.
county's paying the custodial, you're not buying supplies.
Like, not
Cleaning
cleaning supplies.
supplies.
Cleaning supplies, we don't.
Bathroom supplies you are,
Yes.
and that comes out of here.
Yeah, paper, ink,
pens and pencils.
yeah, stuff to do with,
Toilet paper,
Right.
paper towels.
yeah, paper towels, rat poison, no, that kind of stuff that comes out.
Mice traps.
Hey, gentlemen, you okay with that?
Yep.
Line 206, travel.
Travel, so for the
that's
travel,
the same.
we, no change from 2020.
Okay. I see 2019 was 400. We'll ask Donna to see where we're at year to date. I could look it up, I guess.
No,
You went to that couple, that DOC conference. didn't you?
no, because they canceled everything because of
That's what I
COVID. So
thought. So, but
we didn't know what would happen next
But-
year, so we just left it the same.
but I didn't, I thought something happened right after New Year's. There wasn't.
No,
We're planning to go
Gotcha.
right after New Year's, but then.
You got one for me, John.
Yes.
all right, this is better.
I don't have the hand.
Oh,
Yeah. I know.
Thank you.
and this is the updated
Yeah.
64B thing, so. All right, so on page 65 then. And Ms. Donna, when you get a second, could you give us year to date on
Travel.
travel 206? Which I'm sure is not gonna be much, right? But,
No. And that's because of COVID. It's that we didn't,
right, but if you had to go to Canyon City to pick up a part or something like that,
There's 1,230 left.
okay, all right.
700.
So you've expended $700.
Yep.
Due to the uncertainty, I don't have a problem leaving it where it is. I mean, we don't know if there'll be travel this year or not.
Exactly.
We just don't know.
Exactly.
So I'm okay, unless you guys want to do something.
I'm all right with it.
Okay, good. All right, repairs and maintenance,
Repairs and maintenance.
208.
Big jump right there. What's going on?
So we had 4,000 for 20 and we upped it to 8,500. The reason for that was we have 4,500 administrative repair maintenance.
What?
We upped that one.
Right.
I have three numbers, so I'm gonna give you three numbers, 4,500, 4,000 and 5,000. And then I'll tell you what each one of those was for.
Okay,
So we had 4,500 for administrative repair. That was a $500 increase from the 2020 budget because we have more facilities to maintain and watch over. The $4,000 increase is for 1/3 of the concrete repair pad repairs that we had in front of our building. And then 5,000 for airport fuel repair and maintenance. And that's
Okay.
because we had no inspection this year, but we expect one coming, is coming.
okay, so I'm not tracking with you exactly, JC. So those numbers you just gave
Yeah.
add up to 13,500,
What they've got for 21.
correct?
Interesting.
And where does that number reflect?
It's on their repairs and maintenance online.
The new sheet.
The new sheet's got it.
Right, I'm still on page 65. I thought that we were dealing with page 65.
Right.
It just shows 65 out, so using the new sheet.
That's what I thought.
So repairs and maintenance, so 8,500 goes to administrative.
Okay, hold on, JC.
The other
Hold on
one
just a
went
second.
to fuel because it's part of
Wait, wait,
the.
wait.
Hold on.
Let's get all on the same page.
We're going to get on the same page. That's exactly right. So
Our 60,
you're wanting to bring in, let me just check something. So you mentioned $5,000 with fuel. That's on the fuel budget,
That's
right?
right.
Let's not talk about that till we get to the fuel budget.
Okay,
We're on page 65 and we're talking about repairs and maintenance for $8,500.
okay, well, let me tell you, I did it differently and I did it based on the summary page. So now I'm having to break it out because you guys are going through two different pages. So
Okay, we're not going through two different
Right.
pages.
no, but this is a summary, and I see what he did, and the others are breakouts of that.
Right.
Exactly. That's
So
what we've been
13
doing
breaks
all
down
week.
into 8 and 5, 85 and 5.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so you take,
So I'm interested in talking about $8,500
okay,
for your administrative repairs and maintenance.
right?
What would that?
Again,
involve?
what does that involve? Just
Okay.
the $8,500, yes, sir.
So that's 4,500 from we had 4,000 for last year
Correct.
and we upped it $500,
You have to 4,500, yeah.
all right? Because we have more facilities to maintain.
Okay, like what?
Well, we do have that stuff that we talked about in the main building that need repaired that we haven't done. It's the skylights that are in the main, those 3 bays,
Okay,
front door needs fixed, as you know. There's just stuff that we're not doing. Go ahead, Jim.
Would you mind telling us how much was spent so far this year
Yeah,
on that?
on,
Which one?
on the year-to-date on repairs and maintenance on the summary page.
See, I don't
Or on
have
the-
it
I'm sorry,
on
it's on the,
Breakouts are by-
it's on the.
208 on
Okay,
admin.
On
Yes,
admin,
ma'am.
okay, perfect. If I can make the line, there's only 13%
Expended.
expended, yeah, there's
So
$3,400 left.
why was this not these repairs that you're talking about for 2021? Why were they not done in 2020?
Good
And you
question.
have such good carryover.
We just didn't have, we were in flux with the manager. Didn't know, we just. didn't have-
It's what I'm
There's
concerned
two
about.
bills
What
coming.
I'm concerned about is budgeting the money for 2021.
Right.
How do I know it's gonna get done then? I mean, I don't wanna give you the money if we need it
He
elsewhere.
said he's got 2 bills
No,
coming.
there's 2 bills coming. Now we got tractor repair we have to do. Now we have the mower No,
Yeah.
That's, that is them.
Yeah, for the tractor stuff, the mower needs rebuilt.
How much is those gonna run about?
Was 500, I think, for the mower.
Yes.
So, Donna, this account has carryover?
The airport fund? Yes, but not with the budget requests that are being asked.
No, I'm not asking that, just in general, is there?
Yes, they
carry
have.
over? Okay. Okay, so, yeah, I was thinking the same thing Jay asked, if we budgeted 4,000 last year and you didn't spend it, you still got that money. Right?
Unless whatever you
So,
spend.
yeah.
I'd like to see us trim this 8,500. Because whatever you're gonna get in 2021, you're gonna put right on top of the 4,000 you've got.
Okay.
Does that make sense? So from where I said, if we give you 8,500, now you're gonna have roughly, I know you've expended a little, but that would roughly mean your repairs and maintenance budget went to 12,500.
And
Well, what's,
I do have a
let them say what
question.
bills they're gonna pay, so we know exactly what.
So, no, the bills are still coming. No,
I understood that.
and
Yep.
so, no, we're gonna be eating up into that a little bit. But the 8,500 is not just the, repair and maintenance. There's $4,000 in that for the concrete pad repair that we had to do, 1/3 of it. Now, the county did 2/3. And we're
You're doing that now.
Right.
That's gonna come out of the
So,
500
out of-
that you still have.
Right.
We just weren't sure if it was going to happen. When we did this, was that was going to happen this year?
So
next
right
year?
now, if I understand it right, you're gonna pay the concrete bill and you're gonna pay the 500 for the tractor and
Right.
what other things. So
Right.
does that bring you up to the balance of the 4,000
So
roughly?
it is gonna get close.
Yeah, I don't recall what the concrete, our share of the concrete was.
So let me, listen.
$1,100 or
Yeah.
whatever, 1,600.
Yeah, 11 plus, we just got a bill for $1,200 from the road and bridge because they had to rent a compactor. So that's gonna
Okay,
add to
so
that.
that's what we need to understand.
Right.
Rent a compactor for what?
For compacting the soil,
The new taxi lane.
For the tax rate.
yes.
And they compacted the
So I would ask if you could
update.
consider taking that down to, instead of 8,500, down to about maybe 5,000.
You're not paying anything.
It's just a conversation.
Yeah, no, yeah, and probably so if,
5 or 6, maybe.
if the concrete gets paid out of this year's,
Which it will.
if they actually do it, you know, Mr. McDonald got word that they're not gonna do it until next April, so.
But if it doesn't, you still have.
See, that's the point. You carry it over. So if this is your money and you're gonna pay it, you want, so you know.
What, Jay?
Is that right, Donna, or not?
Yes and no.
If
They have a fund balance,
Right.
but their fund balance does not have that in there because they've not had the revenues of the fuel. I just sent a text to Virginia of what their actual fund balance is at this moment. So even though we've promised and we've budgeted that money to you and it's in your account, it's not money in your account. It is just what you asked for and what was granted. But if you never sold any fuel, none of that is available because you have no money.
Okay.
And so I need to get with Virginia,
Alright.
so y'all, because
Right.
in my
So-
mind, I was thinking that, like, we need to do that transfer out of the general fund, that I don't think I could write another
Right.
check for the airport fund in
So this is
October.
not a restricted fund.
It is restricted.
So that's the point, Donna. They have $4,000 now, and if they didn't spend it,
But I don't
roll
think they
over into
have,
something that they get back.
that's true, but I don't think they
She's
actually
saying they
have
probably
4,000.
spent that 4,000 on something
Or
else.
if there's not the fuels,
I
it's
see.
like our own checkbook. If you make 100,000 a year, January 1, you don't have 100,000.
Right.
And if you lose your job in July, you don't have that 100,000
Right.
either. And I don't really know, so I'm gonna go and
Okay.
see if I can get
All right,
that from
we'll wait.
Virginia real
No problem.
quick.
Does that make sense what she's saying? Adam, in bookkeeping wise?
Kind of, because
Sewer based.
what she is saying then, if we have is no money unless we have fuel sales.
Yeah, which I don't think is exactly right because you got general fund money in there as well. I mean, we earmark general fund dollars.
She's just saying that's
budget
part of
costs.
the whole budget, so
Yeah.
maybe more or less that you
So
would have
that we
to
can
allocate.
buy and replace the fuel and keep that system running.
Right,
That's what I
Uh,
figured the fuel sales are for.
Right.
There's really not more fuel sales to spend on anything else.
Right.
She may be, and I'm just guessing,
so we'll
if you've already expended your general fund dollars out of your budget in 2021, then anything else, let's assume that's the case, you spent your whole allocated budget.
Yeah.
I'm suspecting she's thinking now, if you spend anything else, it's gonna put you over budget and we'll have to do a supplemental budget.
if
And
they don't.
and
have
if
the
that's the
same.
case, then there wouldn't be that 4,000. You've already spent that. That's it's the only thing I could guess is what's going on, but we'll find out. If she comes back and says your fund balance is minus $30, that's exactly what happened then. Overspent your budget by 30.
Well, a couple of months ago, remember they told us we had no money.
Right.
So we all panicked
So
over
the-
that, knowing we didn't spend anything. So where's the money?
So that's a good point. Yeah, exactly. Because then we have to be careful. If we say take off $2,000 and they don't make it next year, then they're in the hole and we'd have to.
Well, sure,
supplement.
just like we've done everybody else.
No,
They
it's
come
a
up
little bit-
short, we will help them out.
That's right. In the end.
Go ahead.
So can I please verify what you anticipate you're still going to spend in 2020? What bills that you have that you know about at this point?
Right.
1,600 for the compactor.
Right.
500 for the tractor repair and 4,000 for the concrete work. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So there's $6,100 that expenses you know about that have not been expended yet.
Correct.
Right, thank you. I just want to verify how that number.
And the 4,000 was unbudgeted.
I understand.
Yeah.
that.
Right.
I understand that.
That's why they put it over on the other side.
Okay, we'll come back to that. Let's go on because public utilities, there's not much probably we can do about utilities, although I see you've increased it by $1,500. What was your thinking there?
Utilities. That's due to AWAS power usage and the maintenance of the new equipment we get.
So you're expecting to have maintenance on brand new equipment for the AWAS?
Right.
Yeah, calibrations, I'm sure there'll be some cals, and then probably the power usage is the main one. Since it's gonna be on 24/7. And I'm sure new
Plus
equipment,
just the general increase of
we
utilities.
used to call it NASA, early mortality rates on some of that hardware, so don't know.
But there is a requirement to pay somebody to calibrate it all the time.
Yes.
And you have to pay for that extra. That's not included in the install.
The first one is.
Yeah, they'll get it up and running on the install, but then I don't know how often you have to recalibrate, keep it all functioning. Kind of the same scenario with communication.
Are we done with, are we accepting?
No, we're just waiting on it's done.
Okay, according to the treasurer's ledger, there was $1,000.21 in that fund, which is why I wrote the note for that transfer from the general fund.
Okay.
Part of the problem, and it's not a problem, but it's
How you book it.
your revenue is in a gas tank. It's not cash. It's not cash till
Right,
it's
it's
sold. And then
asset.
every time you do that, then it's there. So you have more. You just can't go to the store with it or pay a bill.
Okay.
Right.
And so we had this conversation while you were gone. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. I'm just going to pull a random number. So 2021 budget, well, we know was 22,000, right? 2020. They've spent all of that except $1,000. Is what you just told us. Is that correct?
No.
Okay.
When it's, I know I don't know any other way to explain it. I'm not a good explainer, but it's the same way until that was what you thought they could have and what they thought they would earn from January to December.
Okay, let's go back to that revenue page then, right?
And so if they've hardly sold fuel or they just bought a tank of fuel, then they're out 10 grand. So they're
Right.
cash poor by that 10 grand
Right.
until
So they,
They sell
they sell it again. I mean,
So So the only, I guess, we have cash and we have budget.
That's right.
The way
Well,
to
you
look at
have
Cash and budget.
revenue you're gonna earn, and you have an amount that you do have allocated from the county that's less, and the total equals the $2,200.
Right.
And then, and if you overexpend, what Don is saying, or you don't overexpend, you sell your fuel, you buy your fuel.
Right, so we spend the cash.
So you've
now
been
we're
staying
digging
in your
into-
budget is what you're saying.
Right, now we're digging into the budget.
You're exactly you're staying within your budget allocation.
See, right now, I show there's $6,529.84 in fuel inventory.
Okay,
That's what's in there.
And so that's a part of their fund balance,
right.
but it
it's-
can't be spent. But their
Right,
cash,
Right.
if I wrote a check for $1,100, then Virginia will be in an orange suit because we've overspent a fund, literally overspent it.
But the
You have
asset
to do
value
something.
is still all the
Exactly.
gas in the tanks.
Right.
I mean, that's their money eventually. It's just when it comes
So
in.
you're saying their working capital for the rest of the year is $1,000.
Dollar until they sell fuel. And if they have a good rate of return on the fuel sales, they could make that 6 be 12,000. So then they would actually
Right.
have 13, but it's,
So that says to me, then they'd spend all of their budget except $1,000.
Okay, so there's no, budget and cash on hand.
Right.
I think. So the budget, we have not overspent.
No,
We have spent the cash inflow that comes out to us from hangar leases, fees and fuel. That's the, based on what we have. So we have a cash.
and the money we gave them in the budget, right? For
So
2020.
but the money we gave in the budget really wasn't any general fund money. It was their own money.
Oh, it wasn't
So
general.
let me ask
That
this.
$20,000 transfer is the general fund money, which is that you guys said we would earmark
right.
for them to make them rehab their money.
Keep it going, to keep them alive. So let me ask this. There's gonna be utilities for the rest of the year. There's 3 months worth, or 2 months, whatever. it is. And the utility budget says $4,500. And so that they're operating, that's so they, even without a fuel sale, they still have to pay the payments on it. And that's there. That has already been earmarked. And they haven't exceeded the $4,500 that I know of. Maybe they have.
You know, they've not overspent at all.
Right.
It's just that sales were down because they probably, my opinion, not that I know this, I think they would have sold at least one other tanker of fuel.
Right.
So they would have the overhead on that and they would
No, I
be
understand.
ahead. But as far as, they've not overspent their part, but they don't have as much revenue as
I
they
get
would.
that. I don't want to mix apples and oranges. If there's right now, let's say they don't have $1,000, like you said, let's say zero. Who's going to pay the electric bill?
That's why I wrote the note of the transfer the money.
Right,
from the
to
general
transfer it from the
fund.
general fund now. That's my
why it's
point.
there, because
It's
if we
already
trouble-
there. And so they're staying within it. So our questions are then is if they're going to spend out this and they're trying to budget for the next year, they are understanding what their fuel sales are generally going to be. So they include that. And we also are asking for X money above that to be budgeted in our general fund, right, to operate during the next year.
What all of the budget sheets say does not include what the balance sheet says is their inventory and their cash and the treasury.
Right, right.
So those are what were said,
Okay.
but that's not necessarily what is in there at this
It's not
moment.
linked to that amount.
Understood.
Right.
Yep.
So your note said that we're going to have to do a transfer to keep them afloat in 2020.
Right, when we pay the bills this month, and they went a long time, this is October, but when we did the budget, you guys had okayed a $20,000
Right, so
transfer to help
We've
them out.
allocated that already. And y'all
Yeah,
gotta do is transfer.
that's part of our budget for 2020. It was already.
Right.
in-
So you're just saying we need to do that now.
Yes,
That has come to fruition.
yes,
Right.
that Kelly or however that,
So,
I don't do that. I just know you guys kind of do that.
right. So irrespective
I
of,
think Kelly brings it to you, doesn't she? I transfer.
Yeah,
so just so we can have a conversation with them, irrespective of where the money is, it's there. It just has to be supplemented now because we've allocated it, it's been accounted for them to use. And what they're telling us right now, if I add both funds up, they're from a community, let's just pick the public utilities one. It's $4,500 now. How much have they spent? 2/3 of that.
1,000.
No, well, all but 1,000 in the
That was
repairs
the
and
total
maintenance.
amount, the
If
thousand.
it's, yeah, but that's what the revenue that they generated sitting in their pot is. But the total amount is that plus what we budgeted them last year that's in the general fund still. It's in the bank. She's going to transfer it out of our internal bank into their fund in order to pay that
Your
electric
internal
bill.
bank is exactly $1,000 with the
I
inventory.
understand.
I know.
But it's the
I'm
county bank that,
confused.
you see, when we allocated, when we approve $22,000, they don't make $22,000 a year in fuel sales. We know that. They make whatever they make out of it, and then it's always supplemented in order to keep them solvent.
Correct.
So they went a lot further this year because they had more sales in fuel. So that's fine. That's sort of irrelevant. We want to make sure they stay within this budget line right here. And they are.
So year to date on 208,
Repairs and maintenance and the admin, they have spent 554, so they have 3445 left. Repairs and maintenance on the fuel side, almost identical, 3422 left.
And then that's where I get confused because we say we got 34 left, but we really don't.
no,
Because
You
all
didn't
of
have your
this,
yearly totals haven't.
Right. So you got to supplement that in order to get them to pay
and
it.
all of
this year.
this comes from the general fund.
Nope, this is.
No,
this is
you,
your
whatever you
1.1
make
fund.
is there.
Yes.
And then the general fund, in order to make the budget balance, is what will supplement during the year.
so let me explain something. We've got, I think it's 9 funds. I'll read them real quick. So you get, general fund is a fund, road and bridge, human services, capital improvement, lodging, insurance, emergency services, airport, contingency, and conservation trust fund. So you are your own fund separate from the general fund.
Okay,
Okay,
Maybe a simpler way to look at it is pretend you don't sell fuel. Pretend you don't lease
Right.
hangars. It's an airport and it costs X to operate.
Right.
And the county says we're going to operate it. We would have to allocate that whatever you said it takes to operate it. We would have to allocate that money
and that's what
in a fund called airport in general fund or however we allocate it. But you make some money, so we don't have to use as much county generated money from other sources to operate you. So that's what she's saying. And during the course of the year, you don't sell enough fuel to fully fund everything you want to do.
Correct.
Or if you didn't sell any fuel, then the county would have to fund everything that you do. So it's a mix and that's what Donna has to balance during the year. Because you're going to ask, even if you stay within your maintenance lines, if you don't sell enough fuel, we're going to have to do a supplemental to continue to pay it to meet that budget, period.
yeah,
So but we don't want to mix apples and oranges. And what we're trying to find is if you've made enough money selling fuel and you haven't had to use that budget, and maybe next year is going to be the same, we're trying to find out if there's some way we can not pay as much county money that you're going to make more money in fuel sales, you see. Or if you didn't have fuel at all, we would say, do you really going to have as many repairs as you're thinking?
Right.
So we want to look at it.
Well, that's kind of where I look at it from. And the fuel sales and all, to me, is just, that's like another department.
Right.
That's totally, I try to put over here till we talk about fuel.
Hmm.
When we're talking this stuff, admin, we don't have that.
right.
But
Right.
so,
I get it.
Yeah.
If we had transferred 20,000 in January, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Right, because
Right.
Then we'd be
We have
moving money.
waited until you needed it to do it.
That's the difference.
So there's no panic that you've only got $1,000 and
That's right.
21
So
cents
you
left.
really have money.
That's the fact. And until we transfer money from the general fund into one of the other 8 funds, which happens to be yours, that's where we're at.
Right, so you don't have to worry about it like that. You ought to just look at your budget lines and manage it within your budget lines. And you can move money around in those budget lines if you're not
Exactly
spending.
what we're doing. We're looking at this number and that's our
Okay.
bar. And
So-
we're managing to stay under it.
Okay, so doing that, like the question Tom asked first was $8,500 for the next year, knowing that you're going to fully spend your maintenance this year.
Yep.
Is that enough or is that too much? You're not going to have to pay for another broken concrete. You're not gonna have to pay for,
We hope.
we hope.
And we
And
just-
see, that's the crapshoot. You're betting on the future. So we're gonna go along with whatever reasonable that you got.
And we just sit and talk amongst ourselves and try to
Right.
guess at what's gonna happen to us.
Do you think you can live with 6,000 on repairs and maintenance?
Go do it.
So 3 and 3?
I'm on 208 on admin, from 8,500 down to 6,000.
Take a $2,500.
But
But John has got one
But I
repairs
have
and
each
maintenance, so she's gotta
page,
figure
so I
out
have
which one
to
she's gotta
take-
get it in.
Okay, we're operating on the admin
see,
page.
that's,
Yep.
okay.
Yeah, page 65. I've
Okay,
never
got it.
deviated from that.
You guys just you've got one budget, doesn't matter which one.
Really, it seems
Yeah,
longer.
that's the way we go. And how it gets paid off,
doesn't matter.
yeah, it's up to Don.
How much was agreed on that?
6,000.
6,000 total,
Six, okay.
so
So
that's
Kara,
2,000.
we better ask Kelly to put that transfer on the agenda, huh?
Yeah.
Or we're gonna be in trouble.
Yeah.
For October 21.
Okay, and it's.
That was coming
Now,
down.
so here's the real question, how much do we need to transfer?
And that would be your call.
That would be-
If it was 30 or
We
40
just gotta know how
thousand, I
much
would
they're in the
probably do
hole.
10 or 20,
Right.
half, but with 20, I'd probably just go for it, I would think.
Just do it all or not?
But you could choose to do half and then another.
Let's see how
transfer.
tight they are on their budget, because you could do this whole 20.
If I may, we know they have $6,100 bills just pending right now.
Right.
On those 3 items. There's going to be additional bills, at least 10.
Right,
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
So just,
Transfer 10 to get them through the end of the year. And in all fairness, if we say we're gonna transfer, does that philosophically, and this is why I said exactly what I said about process. Do we transfer that at the beginning of the year to honor up the process, or do we wait until they need it and then transfer it?
it still goes back into the fund and then they
John
start over.
Paquette always said to wait just in case we
Right.
didn't need it, so the general fund
Right.
wouldn't be out money. And
Right.
so I've just always done his way, that just waited until.
So
the time
let's
was-
ask her to transfer 10,000. Is that reasonable? Should cover you through the end of the year. I mean, your activity's
Unless we
gonna
see
start
something
going
else that's
down,
surprise
right?
here.
Winter hits.
You're not overspent on miscellaneous or
No.
communications and that
Right
kind of
now, we're
stuff.
not, right. We're
Right, And
still-
you're not projecting
No.
communications to be more than your budget line.
Yeah, transfer 10,000 from,
General fund to airport.
thank you,
Right. See,
okay.
see, they're staying within the budget, so we're safe.
So
It went fine.
221 utilities. You've spoken to that. You think AWAS and,
Yeah,
Right.
I mean, that's the only change out there, right? Really is AWAS.
Yeah,
the big one.
really.
Unless your
$1,500.
hangar or something's going on there,
Yeah.
or on your ops
Main-
building. I don't know.
County building.
Right.
Right.
What's that, Jane?
Can we trim that a little? We've just got to make some progress somewhere.
You want to go to 5?
5 would be great.
On which one?
Public utility.
I mean, if AWAS is going to cost us $1,500 a year in additional electricity,
Well, I know, but see, we just don't have a clue.
we don't know that.
So-
So 5 is okay, because if we have to do a supplemental, you do it.
Right,
If we go overspend that, or maybe you won't spend as much in a different budget line and then
right.
still pay the
Right.
utility.
305,
So we're pulling 1,000 there.
Okay.
And that was up 250, just what we have for that.
For what, communication?
Yeah, and they're at 90% now, so they're probably gonna be a little
We should
short.
buy 250 from last year.
So we got,
probably good budget.
did we take 2 out of the repairs and maintenance? Did we say 6 even? What did we say?
Yeah, we went
It's about
60.
2,500.
It was 2,500 there and 1,000.
1,000 out of public utilities.
307's insurance, probably not a lot.
No,
Any of us can do about that.
No,
right,
that's based on Donna's
750
for
increase.
courtesy car, 750.
314 public notices,
Notice
you
is,
increased that by,
Double.
500 increase from 2020 to cover, anything we, if we do a 2021 Airfest, that's what it, no.
Because you didn't do it before.
Right,
And they're like 160% over on that one.
well, so it's probably reasonable then.
Treasurer's fees, hey, she got to get paid, let's leave that.
Okay, yeah, not much we do on treasurer's fees, that's kind of a fixed deal, so,
no change. Yep.
okay, so you wanna
I think we straightened it out.
add airport altogether, Jay, once we get through the rest of it, huh? Or do you want to keep your running tally on 3,500?
It's a little easier with small.
What's that bring us? And
Fuel side.
fuel side.
Well, and just a side note, on the cheat sheet I gave you for the big cheat sheet, with all the funds listed. There's a negative almost 63,000 right there.
Right.
That's really what y'all need to get rid of, or whatever's left will have to be a transfer from the general fund. No pressure. But
That's not ours.
That's airport fund.
63,000?
No,
No.
yeah, it
Yep.
is, because 32,000 for an admin person
If
doubled that real
that,
quick.
if that's including the admin.
Yeah, that's all of that.
You're at 30,
That's it.
30,700.
I know, but yes, that's where the pencil, because my former error.
Okay, so
No pressure.
3,500 left, Jay?
Yeah.
What's that bring you to? I gotta find my right
Yeah, I got
sheet.
it right here. I got it right here.
Give us just a second, gentlemen.
41.44 minus 3,500. 271, 541.44.
71, what, 540?
541.
Okay, so let's go to fuel then, huh?
Yeah.
And then we'll come back to the others.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I wish we had another 45 minutes for that. But anyway,
So fuel,
We submitted, 25 to 2021, 5,000 less than this year. But on a second meeting we had, we would like to bring back that up to 30.
What?
You want to increase that to 30?
back where it was.
Yep,
and year to date on 204 on
There,
fuel, Donna.
17,709 out of 30. So a little-
So
and
you
we can add
spent
another
about
5.
half.
We can add another 5. I submitted a voucher yesterday from the fuel purchase we just made last week.
For
So
how
we're still
much?
back 5,000 and
so it's
change.
22,000 roughly.
Yep.
8 to go.
And that'll last you through the end of the year, right?
Get you one more
Well,
load.
we're thinking.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have
At the current sale.
some rank weather coming up, I would assume.
But you got that $8,000 will buy another load.
Right.
I'd like to see it stay at 25, to be honest with you. But
Yeah.
this is a conversation. That
No,
doesn't mean just
absolutely.
because I said that, it has to be 25. I'm just telling you what I think.
What you used, is you're gonna use more next year,
We
aren't you?
originally went to 25 because of what we're spending this
Right.
year because of COVID, nobody flying.
Right.
So we took it to 25 thinking, well, COVID would extend into the first part of next year maybe, so there wouldn't be much
Right.
activity. And then the more we think and talk, it's like, well, after what we've sold now this fall, I think
Yeah.
maybe not.
You are gonna,
COVID's not.
you are gonna
Yeah.
spend
So
it.
you're still 8,000 to the good,
I'd leave it alone.
and you had 22,019. 20, right now, you're at 22,020. That leads me to think 25 should be enough, but
Well, they can still buy a load.
Right.
So are you completely full now? Did you just top them off?
Well, as much as you can get in there.
It's right here. Did we top off the fuel with the last purchase, the fuel tank?
How many gallons did we get?
what
2,000.
do you show 25 or 30 request?
So we have.
25, that was what they thought because they didn't
We
have
have 3
it.
left. We have,
Probably doesn't have
okay,
it.
and the thing, and how much more room do we have?
I think we should leave it at 25. And if there's if we break the bank
We don't
during
have to do a
2021, we'll
supplement.
come back. We're not going to say, sorry, shut the airport down.
Right,
We're
You
not gonna tell you
can't
that.
not sell fuel. That's
And
right.
obviously.
Right. So we'll stay at
Yeah.
25.
So we need 25, all right?
Okay.
Yeah, and then just to make sure I understand, we keep talking about fuel sales. Fuel sales offset the expense of your fuel plus a little. It's not a
Right.
revenue
Right.
maker really. I understand you're making 50 cents a gallon or whatever that
Right.
is.
Well, we're just
But when
trying
we
to cover
talk-
all the
That's
expenses
right.
of the fuel system.
That's right. Okay.
Yeah, it's covering the operation.
Point of sale,
On the sale.
205.
It's not a new machine. Why? I mean,
No,
That's your credit card,
Yeah, just the
Yes.
expenses of running.
running your credit card machine.
Yeah.
Yep.
Credit card expense. I got it.
that's the,
Okay, $1,000 for inspections on 207.
right.
Yeah.
So that's the same as this year?
Okay, year to date, Donna, do you have that?
Actually, I'm showing $1,000 remaining.
Yes. We
So
didn't
you
have-
haven't spent
We
it
didn't
yet.
have an inspection. We can
Inspection
talk
for
about
those.
that when we get to the big ticket item.
Right,
I suspect we're going to.
Yes.
So I think $1,000 is probably reasonable there.
Yeah.
Repairs and maintenance on fuel, up that 1,000 from last year.
right,
Why?
right.
Okay, why is that?
We added $1,000 increase from 2020 budget due to no inspection done in 2020 and no maintenance done in 2020.
Correct?
So that's why we added the extra money there to cover us for the inspection and any maintenance we have to do to the things.
Yeah.
The tank.
You have 6,000 for admin and then another 5 for airport fuel. Total maintenance and repairs, 11,000 for the airport. I'm talking about as a whole.
Right.
It seems to me to be pretty high.
Yeah.
Yeah, we dropped, oh, yeah, I see what you're
I'm
saying.
looking at the 6.
Yeah,
What we
right.
dropped it. I'd like to see this go back to 4.
Well, yeah, what is, this is specifically the fuel system.
Yeah, yes, this is specific.
And you said that we didn't spend any repairs and maintenance on
Well,
it?
it's
Did.
been
did.
$500.
$500, how much?
$578.
That's it.
Some filters.
And so there's 3,000 sitting there. It can be, which, if you look at the airport fund itself, it can be moved wherever. But, yeah, that 5,000.
So we hold a line on 4,000,
Makes more
Let's do that, and
sense.
then we can talk about that when we get to the.
right?
To the big.
Yeah, see, that is one of the problems of waiting, because there are some of these things are gonna impact discussions on other things.
Go
Right,
away.
Right,
no problem.
But
Communications, 500,
500, so that's the same,
looks like that's reasonable, huh?
right?
Yeah.
That's the same as last year.
Okay, so
Now, communications on just the fuel side
Yeah.
is different than your point of sale.
that's the internet, isn't it?
Yeah. So, yeah, so we get a bill from the QT pod
Right.
for communications.
Okay,
And then we have a monthly bill for communications to keep in the lineup.
okay,
So that's the point of sale is keeping the reader and that $30 a month.
This is the Q-Pod talking to their tank or to their
Right.
machine.
The machine, right?
so we're,
But you also have communications at $2,250 on admin and another 5 on fuel sales, makes it $2,750 for the airport communication systems. Is that the right number or is that?
Yes, because the communications for the administrative is your internet, your telephone, your, what else do we have out there? Telephone. and,
Q-Pod and all that.
And the fuel, the Q-Pod is separate, completely separate
Right.
communications. So we keep that.
if you don't mind, where are we at on 305 on admin year to date?
Have $183 left.
Okay, so probably reasonable.
Again,
Tracking.
it's right. I'm fine.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
that's
not
what you gotta
trying.
look.
No,
Gotta
no,
ask.
It's my job.
Don't look at it every day, so you
That's
know.
why we look at it.
Right.
Okay.
I'm good.
And then, so that's, we've taken 1,000 off of that, reduced
Right.
208 from 5,000 to $4,000.
270, 541, 44.
And then let's talk about whatever you want to talk about next.
well, while we're on fuel,
Because we're going to get into capital projects.
we'll get into capital and while we're just coming off of fuel, let's talk tank.
Okay,
And at this point, I would like to get Brian in, because he's done a lot of the legwork on this.
where are we?
So,
They
fuel,
want to talk about capital improvement page. Well, there's not a page.
It's on the bottom.
So,
repairs.
to summarize,
Page 57.
Capital improvements.
Has it, the list is there. and
It's already on there.
57.
Come on in.
so
Brian, thank you.
the cap, let me summarize real quick.
Jesse,
here
you
where we-
want to swap out with
Right,
Brian?
All right.
so.
Thank you, sir.
So everything being equal, without talking the next subject, you still have a capital budget plan for next year that is shown on that last page, which is 12.5 for runways, taxi lanes are 20,000. And then 80,000 that were proposed. So
Right.
now you're gonna disrupt that somehow.
Yeah.
With this next presentation. So let's see, Brian.
Yeah.
Not disrupt it, but
Maybe
propose.
change your thought.
Change.
Thanks for the time. What we'd like to discuss today is the exponential degradation of the fuel tank. I know from a field trip, you've seen the tank that's out there. At one time, it was thought that perhaps we could delay another year or so, get as much as we can out of it. Recently, with the transition from Bob, the airport manager, to Bob helping the airport manager, we've tried to repair several things on the tank. The fuel lines, the pump lines that were leaking, they're still leaking. We have been told by state agencies and the fuel suppliers that that tank will never pass another inspection. So we didn't get the inspection this year.
Thank you.
That may be a cost avoidance issue by not having that. But if and when we get the next inspection, it's going to be substandard and there'll be a significant amount of work to do with
So
it.
is there two things just to make it clear? Is there's a tank itself that could leak, whatever. And then there's the hoses, connections, and the pumps that
Yes,
are
where you
leaking.
have
So
to
what's
do-
leaking now? We got.
We have to do the
continue-
filtration systems and the pumps where they connect. And when you pump that to pull out the sediment in the bottom, that leaks. So they went in and changed those components and it still leaks. The retaining wall, which is supposed to be in place in case you have a major fuel spill, is substandard, would not pass any OSHA standard because you have to crawl over it. And if that tank were to leak, it won't hold. The question would probably be, why don't you replace the retaining wall? Now you're planning for a leak. And, we could still have a tank with a bunch of fuel inside that wall. I'm sorry, sir.
I don't mean to interrupt you. I appreciate it, but I just wanted to talk about the retaining wall in the tank. If I remember correctly, and if I don't, please correct me. I'm not trying to put words in anybody's mouth, but I remember at our field trip, I had major concerns about the tank. We talked about it at length. I'm very concerned about the safety of rust getting in the lines and potentially causing an airplane to crash. That's very concerning to me. If I remember correctly, you mentioned to us that the new tank, once you buy it, you can't even buy a single wall tank anymore. Now you would have to buy a 2-wall tank, which means that we don't even need a retaining wall anymore. Is that, do I remember that correctly?
That's accurate.
You got it.
Good.
That's
Thank
it.
you.
You got it.
So that's what leads us to where we are today is the exponential degradation. We thought we could cripple along a little bit more. We have planned for a capital improvement line. We went out and solicited bids via Armstrong Engineering in the past, and the bid was for $140,000 to replace the tank. It comes in, it's called a skid tank. It's double wall, UL listed. It meets all the NFPA standards for fire protection, et cetera. That tank came in, bid $140,000, and that's reusing our current reader that we have. We went out recently to BASCO Services and asked for a ROM bid proposal, no obligation to anyone, but what it would take to replace the existing tank with a 12,000-gallon double wall tank that wasn't required a retaining wall, utilize the current card reader.
How much bigger is that?
What's our current is, tank is 8 and it's
6.
And what that allows us to do is with this size of tank is to buy greater volumes of fuel so we get a lower cost on the fuel. So the bid, the ROM bid came back in from BASCO Services of around $71,000. So by utilizing our internal resources rather than going out to Armstrong Engineering, paying program management fees and that type of thing. There's a almost 50% reduction in the cost. Yes, sir.
You mentioned to us during the field trip, which was enormously beneficial for someone like me who's not an aviation person. You showed us where the tank was pitted and coming apart and talked to us about the dangers of continuing it. At the time, and I recognize this, the conception now is maybe we really can't wait another year. At the time, we thought we could wait a year. I get it. I mean, you know, that was your best guess then. It's a different opinion now. I don't have any issue there at all. But my real question is, if we replace it this year, how long could we expect the new tank to last? That's number one. And number two, are there any grant opportunities to help pay for this tank?
The first question, it'll be a 20+ year tank, and I can get a verified number from Basco and
That's
pull
okay.
back, but it's
I don't want to face this again in 5 years.
No, this is a
That's my
long
point.
term.
Okay.
To quite design. With respect to the grants, the CDOT grants, we have been told in the past, do not cover refueling. So they don't offer grants for airports. Anecdotally, we have heard that some money went to various airports that allowed for some level of funding for a fuel farm. To bet on that, 2020's already closed out. 21 grants would open. The funding would, if you receive the grant, it would still be a match, 80-20, 90-10. If capital IF, if you did receive that grant, we're talking about funding in 22 and then maybe fielding in 23. So our challenge is going to be in that gap year. If you're betting that we'll get a grant, which is a long shot, say you do, you're still talking 2 to 3 years of trying to cripple along with what we have.
So to get us moving forward, I'm going to speak to the other folks on this committee. Let me give you my opinion on this, okay? The question is, do we want to keep an airport? Obviously, the answer to that is yes. If we are, we need to keep it safe. We understand there's ongoing maintenance. This is an unbudgeted item. We have reserve. I personally feel this is something that needs to be done. I trust the airport administration to tell me that it needs to be done now. I would support breaking our budget even further by funding this.
Let me make a quick point. They were going to ask, and it's coincidental, it's kind of odd. It's $80,000 for this year. Forget the fuel if it wasn't a problem, and we could get, if betting on the farm, we could go longer. They had put a request in for $80,000 anyway to look at from their capital improvement point of view. I don't know how the capital, Don, that's why I asked you to understand how, is this breaking the bank or is it something that we transfer, and tell me the process.
It would,
You have a fund balance that includes
yeah, it would be out of capital outlay. And so if you as a board okayed that for next year, they could have done that January 2nd. Or if you okay it now, it would be here. So it'd be a difference of 4 months, but the price would be exactly the same and no difference.
So how does that
Capital.
affect our deficit?
Actually, on capital outlay, the fund balance would be reduced, but the fund balance or our deficit this time would be reduced by that amount.
It's either reduce it in 2020 or reduce it in 20.
Right.
Yeah. That it would-
So it's sort of a
Bottom line.
So it's not an addition, it's just
just
that.
it's a transfer, it's a wash,
A
basically.
little bit different timing.
And we did think we would try, I think I told you, Jay, when we all met, we wanted to kind of pursue the grant thing, but then we start to hear rumblings of an inspection next year, and we know we would no way pass that. So we're like, now we're thinking, maybe we need to move this up. And that's why the conversation is back on it, so.
I understand that completely.
There's the reality of state funding and how it more than likely will be redirected because of COVID plus ups. So to expect the overall state budget to continue to plus up CDOT to do grant money might be.
Well, we already know that's a goner because our AWAS we got lucky because they misbid because the price of everything went up. And then secondly, they everybody got whacked.
Right.
So there is no aviation grants that are going to be like, we're lucky we hit it when we did. So you're making a very good point.
But we appreciate you hearing us out on this point. We met again yesterday as a board. We discussed to a person, is this the right thing to do to bring it forward, to make the request? We understand how you have to rack and stack competing priorities, but we really believe that this is a solid requirement to avoid a potential hazard out there.
I, for one, I know it was late. I sent out the note. They said at 7 or 8 o'clock last night. By the time they were busy. They were up working that until then.
Yeah.
The volunteer pay is strong.
I'm glad to see it's enough.
So,
But you're committed.
Bill, I heard you say there's going to be no more CDOT grants.
Right now, we got very lucky to get the small grant actually for 22,000, whatever it was, and they plussed it up by 50,000 in order to complete it. And we got lucky to get on the dredges of this budget year. And what Brian said about the state funds, that's what they had in doing what we're doing. That's their fund balances that they just allocated out to make sure it was all spent. Next year, it's just like DOLA. They told us they got a lot of things cut in half that we're competing for now. So that's
Right. But I heard you say just a minute ago, there's not going to be any more CDOT grants.
not for aviation, especially on the fuel side. They don't even do that.
Well, I'm not talking about the fuel side. You said CDOT aviation not going to have any more grants.
From a big picture point of view, that's an overstatement, but it's so much squeeze. They said they're very concerned about even continuing to do anything next year on the grant side.
So just to comment on the grant portion of this.
Caitlin told me.
That's why I asked about, is there grants available? You said, no, you don't, you're hearing rumblings. So the only thing I would say, if we approve this, and I know you have a diligent board, and I'm speaking in the wind right now because I know you do it anyway, I would ask the board to please pursue any grants that you could figure that might work on this, that might help offset this large expense that we're unanticipated for this coming year. I
We
mean,
will absolutely do our due diligence.
year.
We will make calls and see what is forecast. I'm sure it'll be a guess from our points of contact at CDOT. Reality would say that the funds are gonna have to be redirected.
Let me go back
But we will
to
absolutely
It may
do
not
our due diligence.
work, but we know it won't work. We don't even give it a shot.
right.
So
You gotta try.
Let's look.
Absolutely.
But let me comment because Tom brought up a good point. There are other grants. For example, what we were banking on is the runway taxi lights and those kinds of the resurfacing. You can get grants for that, but that's my point. Those are going to be far and few between if we get lucky at all. And so the fact that we can look and we can ask, but the point that he was making about betting on the come is very valid. We can't, that's why it's in what you said, is that I'm supporting it
The points that
100%.
we made earlier about in the past, CDOT has not directed grant money toward a fuel farm.
Understand, but maybe there are federal aviation funds.
See, we don't know.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not in this area, but I'm just saying, please look at those and see if you can find it. That's all I'm
We
saying.
will absolutely do our due diligence.
I appreciate that. That's all I'm asking.
And Jay, what we did do last time with Armstrong, we tried to get a fuel grant because DOLA was going to support that possibly. And then that got trashed, and then DOLA is hurting for money too.
At this point, it's a option.
But he made another point that I don't think you heard, and that was we don't qualify for federal grants. And the reason is our runway is too close to the highway. And they've got to move the highway out of the way, or we got to move the runways the other way.
This is really a taxiway, if I'm not mistaken.
That was proposed to be a taxiway initially.
So I just made my point. I didn't mean to debate it to the hill. I just ask you, please do your due diligence. And I know you will because I trust your board.
Well, thank you, sir. And we'll always try to honor that trust as well. The ROM that came in for 71 plus, that is a ROM. our request is for 80,000 because of the deltas that will all be associated when the no kidding price comes in. And then there's also infrastructure. You have to put a concrete pad down to put this skid on, reconnect. So that's the delta in the request and what you see in the law.
But if you were, when I talked to you last night, I noticed on the sheet there, they had offered to save some money by shipping it with something else. And also you talked about some in-kind work that would keep us under the 80 or 75.
Two good points there. Thanks for the reminder. One was the BOCC services. When I talked with them on the phone, and they also, when they wrote the RON and sent it in, they said that they have other fuel tanks going in the area, and they will reduce and decrement the cost for travel to come help us set up the tank. We're going to have professionals, no kidding, hook up everything, but if it goes through. So that was one point of potential reduction, even within that $71,000 RON. Any other is in-kind work in as much as we can, and
Like
with the budget we have to put a pad right behind where the existing fuel reader is now. And of course, there'll be some part of that money that we have to get rid of the old tank. And we've been told that maybe farmer rancher would like to have that type of tank out on their place. So we would try to resale that as well.
I've got a couple of questions. One of them not going to be very pleasant. When do you anticipate being back in here wanting a Jet A tank?
Well, that is an out year priority for us. We would like to install a Jet A. I think we would pursue every avenue with grants to see, as it is an out year type request, we would try to pursue those grants where that in a 2 to 3 year time frame, if that grant was available, we would look for that. The other part of that, Mr. Chairman, is that there are private individuals that are interested in the Jet A, and I call that the Santa Claus factor. If Santa shows up, great, but we can't bet on that.
Right.
We don't forecast based on Santa showing up. So, but that is a potential avenue to assist. And recently, Bob Jolly told me this morning, there is an emergency management group that wants to come in. You look at the possibility of putting a temporary road type structure. It's a canvas type metal hanger, and they want to help with bringing Jet A to the air. That is in its infancy. We haven't explored that, but that is another potential avenue. And to put your mind at ease, we work very hard as a board to look for avenues to fund these things outside of coming to you for a hat in hand looking for money. Did I hit that pretty close, Bob, to what that is? And
Okay, so secondly, I just want to make a comment to the commission. Certainly I can qualify this with DOLA. I can't explicitly say it with every other grant, but if we fund this fuel tank, my perception is grant deals will be off the table because very few entities will grant you money for something you've already spent.
Right.
So the grant talk is nice, but I think it goes out the window if we approve this expenditure. I'm not saying don't go try to get a grant, but I think we're going to find most grant entities that we deal with at the county level will not grant something.
I can't think of one that'll reimburse you for something you already spent. Who cares?
And then I had this conversation with Lynn, and I'll throw it out here. I probably won't support an additional $112,000 expense with the fuel tank and an airport manager's salary. So my question to you would be, which one of those is more important?
I guess that's something we would have to take back to the board. I wouldn't want to speak for the entire board. Both are firm needed requirements. I understand you have to make trade-offs. I'll defer to Lynn and the rest of the board to, if there's a choice to be made. But one has a potential for an environmental issue and hazard. The other is how do you maintain all of this high dollar equipment if you don't have, other than volunteers out there wrenching on this stuff, you need someone to manage it in a professional manner.
Yeah, I understood
It's a
that.
tough trade-off.
So if you want to defer this until your board.
We're not voting on anything here
Uh,
now. Discussion, not a decision.
We
We need to understand.
Manager question didn't come up yet.
Not
Yeah,
yet.
that's right.
We're
Discussion.
10 minutes over budget. So
Comments on that?
I will tell you, as this commissioner sits here, if you believe that the fuel tank is that important for this year, I will support that. Let's segue into the next conversation there. I will struggle funding both of these on the same year.
And then we can
So
talk about.
if we want to move on, we can. If you have other comments about the fuel tank, let's deal with that and then we move on to
I'm
the.
happy to answer any further questions you might have on the fuel tank. We would try to take on the program management if approved, to bring that in within our board to manage the project, not pay an outside entity $60,000-$70,000 to manage that.
What was that request? 'Cause I haven't even looked at the numbers.
sorry.
I know we have the manager's deal. He just brought up.
Right here.
I know it is. I'm just saying $32,000.
Yeah.
So that's a discussion we have of what's the impact of that on our deficit of what is it?
And maybe.
Whatever it is. So that's something that and I'll make the statement, Tom made it. I will support that. And so that's a discussion that we as commissioners have to have to decide how we balance that and whether it's a bigger impact to do that or not. And then you guys can come back and decide at that point if we have questions, whether that's the right number or not. But we need to have
To
that.
answer Tom's question, then if we had to pick, my first response is the fuel tank, because without the fuel system, there is no airport.
You can't manage it.
Right. But at the same token, then, as Brian said, to have all this stuff and everything going on, somebody needs to be.
Right.
And maybe there's some middle ground where
Well, you know.
it's not 20 hours a week.
It's a discussion that we have
And
to
that's
have.
something to,
Well-
trade might occur.
I was thinking about another middle ground is scaling back the size of this tank to a 6,000 or 8,000 gallon tank.
That's a possibility. However, there's a lost efficiency in that, and Mr. Jolly can speak to that in an expert manner.
Understood.
And it's
So
a bit of a false economy that way, and the number's not that.
But it's a valid trade that we. can
Yeah, that's what I
consider.
was gonna say, the cost of the
Take a
tank
look at it.
is not that much cheaper.
it may not be, but
Well, we need to understand it.
it may
So we
save
can-
your airport manager salary too. So I don't know. I'm just asking.
We can certainly go back and have a different size tank price to work through the trades of what
I'm gonna bet it's not a whole significant difference. Let's go from an 8,000 to a 12,000.
I think, Armstrong,
No difference.
It was like $3,000 or $4,000.
it's $3,000 or $4,000 per 2 feet or something.
That's
Or
not the point.
X
It's
gallons.
not
Well,
significant.
Anyway, you need to bring that.
I'm throwing that out as a possibility to look at if you want to try to save fuel tank and the manager's salary. That would be a possibility in my realm. I don't know what the numbers are. Don't care. You'll bring those to us, I'm assuming.
Absolutely.
But that's where I'm at. We certainly can have the discussion.
Good job.
Move into that capital or the contract labor thing. And have that discussion. So is that a halftime position? Is that full-time? What's that 32 represent?
I'm going to step out, let the other folks handle that. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you for your efforts.
All right. Okay, so we submitted this $32,000.
That was back on page 65 at 103.
Right.
Okay, I'll just talk before you get into
Yeah.
everything. We are not paying for manager at this point. This is a brand new experience.
Right.
Correct.
Just wanted to make sure that is correct.
So for the last,
How much time we got?
Zero.
Well, we don't. 15 minutes.
We're
over.
15 minutes over, so that's why I asked.
so I'll make it quick for you. So what we did, we submitted a 32 for airport manager. We have never paid airport manager. out there. You have a lot of high-priced facilities that somebody needs to get at this point, take care of. But the 32,000 was based on $30.75 an hour for 20 hours a week.
20 hours, okay, so half time.
Right, half time. So we did a kind of comparable to the other airports around here for an airport manager. Fremont County it pays $140,000 a year. Salida pays $47,000 a year, and Buena Vista pays between $61,000 and $84,000 a year. So the hourly rate we used was 30, but no, you can say 25, 20. No, it's up to you guys. If you say 25 hours an hour, it's 26,000. 20 hours, $20 an hour is 20.
We gotta look at what our.
So
The assumption that we feel that the one is absolutely.
the top number was still fell inside what the comparables with the airports around us say. But
Well,
it's up to you guys.
depends on the going rate in the county too.
And we got a rate for this year.
Three
for
hundred
them.
and sixty in the hole with an $80,000 tank.
Right. Well, is that in the hole or is that
Sorry.
transfer?
But maybe a wish, I'm gonna have a hard time supporting it. I can tell you that. I'd go with the tank because I think that's a health and safety issue. And
Yeah.
God forbid someone dies because we weren't diligent in taking care of the tank. That's how I look at it. I may be over dramatic, but in my simplistic mind has to come from I think.
No, that's,
The
Without it,
manager
you
for
don't
every
need the
year has been managed by volunteers.
Yeah.
And if we have to go another year with a volunteer, I would say, I'm sorry, that's going to impose on people who have to, but I'm with Tom. I just can't see both.
well, and just to respond to
That's
that.
my,
Yeah,
that's just my feeling at the moment.
And
I could be convinced
I
otherwise.
understand every bit of that. But just what if we didn't, we're just talking, what if we got to where nobody wanted to do it? Nobody's.
We were damn close to that already.
Yes,
So can I throw out
Bring it
just a
down.
thought?
sure.
And I guess more to the commissioners, but certainly relevant. What if we budgeted, and there's the new airport manager sitting right there.
Yeah.
And I said this earlier, nothing has to do with an individual. I'm not saying he's not worth it. I'm not saying that you don't need it. What if we said, okay, from the budgetary standpoint, what if we budgeted 60 on the tank and 20 on the salary and live with that for this year?
You have to pay for the tank.
Well, yeah, I don't know if 60 would get us the tank.
It may not, then you have to wait.
But we need to see what the actual cost will be.
But
And
if you have some excess in there from last year, maybe some of that can be reallocated to tank.
That's right.
I mean,
Just I try to shoot to that middle ground.
right,
I'll guarantee you, Bob doesn't think 20's enough,
right.
and you guys don't think 60's enough. I get that, I understand that. But it gets us off from square zero. I don't think we need a 12,000 gallon tank personally, from what I've seen from the fuel requests that have come through, because we've never bought that much fuel at one time. We're doing well to get a load of fuel, but we never buy a load of fuel anyway. We always split a load because we don't have enough money.
Well, let me,
We don't have a tank for it.
listen, hold on here, because that's a good question and it takes a lot of discussion to understand why that's not the case. I mean, it is true. And splitting those loads, it involves a lot of labor and a lot,
Well,
forget the cost, but we need to hear it first, Tom, without shooting from the hip. So I think we're going to have to talk about this in a separate meeting anyway. Let's get the options and understand those questions so that you can address each one of those intelligently. So we can make the right decision and make the right split. I like the idea of coming up and splitting it. I don't know what the ROM means, a rough order of magnitude. That's what a ROM means. We got to get what that cost is going to be. We got to understand what the in-kind work can be to reduce that more and offset that for a manager or somebody. Forget how we fund it. Maybe there's another way of doing it. But we need those options to make a decision.
we've asked this question to every presenter that's come in the budget, so I'll ask it in a different way. Do you think you could live with 20,000 for an airport manager? And do you think you could live with 60,000 on a fuel tank?
I would say no on the fuel tank. Unless we go smaller.
Yeah, significantly
But
smaller.
it has to be, that's what we need to understand, because you can't
Like,
make that decision now.
and remember, the 71 ROM, there's still in-kind work, the infrastructure go with it. So to go to 60, the original bid on this was $140,000.
Understood.
So we have wire brushed this and decremented it and found all the efficiencies. Now, I'll go back and ask for a ROM quote for a smaller tank and see if we can get to some number that has some middle ground.
Well, and it has
It's my
to,
opinion that tank is the priority out there, if nothing else from a cost avoidance of what an EPA bill would cost out there.
but I want, personally, Canada wants to understand that the rest of the pitch, it's one thing to talk about a bucket that says I'm gonna pay X for it, but you gotta understand the unintended consequences of other costs to manage it, which is significant from what I've seen. And we've put a lot of study on it when we were working with Armstrong in order to get the right size. So we all have to understand that, or we can't make an intelligent decision. And I don't want to just throw the dice out there and have something else get us
And
later.
Chief Jolly's been out there for 10 years managing this fuel, and he can give you a better perspective on where the cost efficiencies are, ordering a load of fuel, what it costs when you short load, and then where we lose our margin then of markup for fuel.
Well, and then you got to pay a manager more to be out there running around, coming in at night, coming in every time. And we or depending on how much traffic we get, you're ordering a load of fuel every other day. That's what they were projecting. So we need to know
Trying
that.
to find somewhere where we can say yes to you.
I agree.
That's all I'm trying to do.
And Mr. McDonald would have to speak to the lesser salary. I mean,
Well,
that's his. what
true.
he- yeah.
And it may not be a lesser salary, the salary
Maybe less.
range, it may be less hours.
Right.
Which I'm assuming you were globbing those together, right?
Good point.
I just throw that out as a suggestion to try to find somewhere where I can vote yes. That's all I'm telling you. I don't know how else to say it.
That's a good way to put it.
So Donna, typically, we would come to consensus. We would not revisit this until December the 9th. I understand.
Is you okay it in December 9th? But December 9th, I have completed it, and at the end of that day, I mail it to the state as completed.
We need to do it a
So
couple
if
of weeks
I do
before
it
that.
before, then it has to be not December 9th, it would have to be prior,
So
like mid-November,
Right.
maybe.
That's
that
what I'm
week,
saying.
Yeah,
Our
that's-
process ends December 9th.
You know, something in there, because else I couldn't complete it
Right.
again.
well, we could leave this item open. They could come back to us understanding what we're at least requesting and come back to us to see if they could sharpen their pencil. We could leave it open until then.
In the decision.
So for today's the 16th, right?
Yes.
We have a BOCC meeting on the 21st and we have one on the 30th. I'm assuming the 15th or the 21st would be a little soon to get the turnaround on what we're talking. Would you be willing to meet with us again on the 30th?
Well, when's our first, is it too late for our first of the month meeting? Would it be too late?
That's only 2
No,
or 3
we
days
could
late.
do it during staff report.
do it now.
Yeah.
It's not a few days, it would be,
A week.
well, sorry, yeah, it's the 5th.
It's about a week.
I don't know what day you guys staff report is, first or second day, it's the second day.
It can be on the
If
second.
we could come up with a consensus on the 5th of November, you're okay?
Absolutely, and then I could get it,
I'm good with
and I
that.
could have the time to
Yeah,
change.
it'd be the 6th, they come in on the
And
6th.
that's fine. That's what I'm asking. But
That's all right.
that'll give you an extra little bit of time.
It was the 15th.
We'll get our heads together.
Can
It's just with
we,
payroll, I have to just, chunk it around the different parts, and so that would work in perfect.
Let's see where they are and
Including your tank.
we'll firm up.
That, this is what.
would you be willing to come back and meet with the BOCC, Brian, on the 6th?
People who've given up.
You think that gives you enough time to work?
Give us a raise. That's what we are on the admin.
And hey, you know what, I understand, maybe not one damn thing changed. I get that.
You know,
but
We're
That's
back.
fine.
all I'm asking is,
So just to kind of
What we're
get a
looking
clear direction of what you guys want to do and recap.
We're not. I mean,
Well,
that's what-
decision on what's high
okay, hold on just a second.
Listen
We
up,
got
guys.
2 minute side conversation.
Sorry.
Listen up.
All right.
Go ahead.
So you want decision on what's high priority?
No, not necessarily.
Okay.
From my perspective, I would like you to come back and see if there's middle ground that we can all agree on.
Get both.
I'm not asking you to prioritize it. I kind of did today, but we kind of had that
I'm just
conversation.
trying to clarify that one, but okay.
The cost.
So common ground.
Yeah, and the way I understand that, we're gonna go back and relook at various tank sizes. We'll get Ron proposals for those tank sizes, and we'll look and see if there's efficiencies within what we propose for the airport management. If it's a lesser amount of hours or dollars or a combination of. the two.
You want your
And bring that to
recommendations,
see.
not just a bunch of options.
Okay.
But we want to know what the options are. What do you recommend?
We will present options and then we'll have a bottom line summary which says these are our recommendations to the commissioners.
Go ahead, Don.
And I don't know if this is possible, if we're gonna have an airport manager, is there any way they could rent the courtesy cars rather than being courtesy cars? If someone would be there where you could add to your revenue in some way,
Well-
just, I mean, I don't know, just
Could
throw it
be
out.
So it would
discussed.
go from being a courtesy car to a rental car.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Or catch, even if it was just $20 a time, it would help backfill that salary. Just,
Okay, well, thank you guys for your time.
Thank you for
Appreciate it. You bet.
Yeah, thank you guys for listening and not killing.
Yeah,
You're not dead
Take
yet.
well, Linda's here, we got to press on. Okay,
Who's up?
Conservation Trust Fund, Guinevere,
Yes.
okay, and while you're doing that, we'll take a 2-minute bathroom break. if you don't mind.
Move ahead.
Press on. We'll apologize as they come in, but my apologies for making you wait for 30 minutes. That airport thing was way off the rails, so appreciate it. For these folks in the hallway, let's make a determination of the order. We are going to hear budget requests today. so that folks have some idea of what's going on.
Well, I was here first.
You were here first. So
You win.
yesterday, we had agreed to allow extension to go first because she's presenting for two folks. And then we'll do John. Fair enough. Who else is out there? Obviously, because I can see you, I just can't see anybody else. Okay, all right. So we'll do Guinevere for now, John, then yourself. Is that all right? Okay, Guinevere.
Okay, so I am here on behalf, extension main request, and then the Fair Board asked if I would present,
Okay,
because these were actually my
You're
ideas.
doing double duty.
Yeah, so which one would you like to start with?
we'll start with extension.
Okay, so I had place marked in the budget $5,000. Part of that was anticipated to go for the fence replacement at the fairgrounds that the Fair Board is now asking for as well.
Okay, we need to, yeah, let's take a time out here
Okay,
real quick. We've dealt with extension's budget,
mhm,
so that's extraneous to what we're gonna do today.
correct.
Okay, you have zero in our budget line for extension. What are you asking for?
I was approached by some people of the community garden and they said, do you have any resources? Their community garden got sold and they would like to relocate it. And I knew that this was coming up and I thought that that would be an appropriate use of funds. So whether that's taking some existing county land to develop a community garden, or if that is, I don't think acquisition. I don't think that would be
But
useful
my
for this
question was,
month.
how much are you requesting?
I guess, okay.
Because we need to get a figure.
2,500 now.
$2,500.
Not for extensions, for the garden.
Yes,
I'm writing this down as extension. You're representing,
extension.
okay, so
Extension
What's your
wants
total?
a county garden.
Yes.
what's your total ask for extension for conservation?
That's it.
Trust fund? Okay, all right.
Wait,
Now, normally then we'd say, okay, what for?
Yes.
Forget the community garden, right?
Yeah.
You're requesting $2,500.
Yes.
and last year you had a budget of 7,000.
That I requested or,
In 2020, yes.
2020, your extension budget was 7,000.
okay,
So that's a significant decrease with much more programming that you do. I'm concerned you're way under budgeted, asking for not enough money. That's my concern.
okay.
So let me.
So what was
help.
used last year on this?
So we bought the building last year with 5,000. Jay,
Sir,
you can order coffee later. I'm trying to answer your question, sir.
I didn't ask you a question. I asked this beautiful young lady.
Oh, I thought you were
But I'll
asking it
let
in
you
general.
answer it. Go ahead.
5,000 of that was for the building.
I have to listen to them talk all day long.
Yeah, I think we came in, the Fair Board and I came in jointly to make those Fair Board fairgrounds capital improvements. And our combined request was to move that building over.
Ms. Kara, I hate to interrupt, but I could get Jason coffee.
I already have some. I was thanking.
I was about to go get it for you.
You were gonna jump
I
up
was
and go
gonna
get it.
go get it.
After we
Oh
got $125,000 surprise from the last
You
person,
thought you needed coffee.
I'm trying to be nice and not going, take my hair out. Okay.
I was just trying to give you your coffee. I understand when you need
Wonderful.
coffee, you
You're
need coffee.
terrific. Thank you.
We
I
hired
am.
yesterday.
It was very frustrating when it's not in the budget and someone comes in and asks for an extra
All right.
100,000.
So
Go ahead.
you believe this 2,500 will take care of
Just the garden.
extension's request?
Yes,
A polite way of saying you don't have any other needs for CTF money besides this.
I was just looking at it before and I couldn't identify anything right now.
All right.
And I think it demonstrates county and extension buy-in for whatever future money. they
Where would
look.
it be?
We're not sure yet. That was part of what I was working with some of the members on, identifying the location. But I think it could be a useful tool, especially if it's in town. Maybe for veterans, for school kids, for community members, really incorporating that as a therapeutic tool as well as food and learning center. So,
I'll pass on a personal observation
yes,
about the community garden. I know you're not officially representing that, but The knock I have heard on the community garden over the years, since its inception, was it looked like a landfill down there.
Oh, that's unfortunate. It
I've
looks
been to
pretty
many
nice.
community gardens. One of the nicest ones I've ever seen was in Scottsbluff, Nebraska. It was amazing. But I have heard a lot of comments about that.
That's too bad.
Yeah. So anyway, just a thought. I mean, a community garden should be a show place.
Yeah.
And so, in my opinion, anyway.
So who manages it?
I think Sustainable Ways was managing it for a while. I'm not totally sure on that.
That's part of it.
So maybe right
for
off
sure.
the top, I can't think of any county owned. I mean, we own land, but I don't know that any of it is really conducive to a community garden unless we maybe try to look at some of that land east of town on the north side of the highway. But water's a problem.
Yeah, that's always the limiting factor. So that's, that was just a thought. And so really, I wouldn't imagine this money would go to acquisition in any way,
Right,
shape or form, but maintenance as is identified in CTF.
Okay, so we're gonna handle this not as community garden, we're gonna handle this as an extension request.
Yes,
Okay.
and I feel like that aligns with extensions mission as well.
I would agree. Yes,
Does that mean it would be 5,000 for extension, not 2,500?
I'm gonna keep with 25.
For this is 25.
Where I'm a little confused, and I know I have a little pea brain, but where I'm a little
You do not
confused
have
is
keep brain.
2,500 for the garden and 2,500 for extension, or 2,500 for extension, including the garden.
For extension to pursue garden.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
I was
no
confused.
problem. I can be confusing at times,
No,
so
no.
thank you for asking clarifying
Appreciate
questions.
it. I just have to understand.
That's okay. I'd rather you understand than
I'm licking my fingers with sugar.
yeah, that's, I just wanted to clarify that.
yeah, no, thank you.
All
That's
right. Okay.
Okay.
Gentlemen, any problem with that?
None whatsoever.
Okay, tentatively, we're looking good. All right, thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
I'm gonna put on my other hat.
Okay.
Okay. Now I'm here on behalf of the Fair Board.
Okay.
You look like from the fair.
Do you have a figure in mind there, ma'am?
Their request is in writing and they had 5,000 from the Conservation Trust Fund.
It's not on there. You got to pencil it in.
I know, but we had up there, page 39, they have their own,
Yeah, what's the difference?
why is it different?
She's probably getting ready to explain it to us.
Thank you.
Why didn't they ask us in there?
Budget. I believe this is the county, in this letter, this is what I surmise. It's county property, right? They want to improve the things that the facilities that are out there. We were very careful in our discussion what to ask for if and when capital improvements occurs, that anything we did was not impacted. So that was that exterior white fence that is not very attractive right now. Some internal panels, because if we do replace that fence, then we change the hog panels and how all that is built over there. An idea was an electronic marquee sign to notify the public of dates and happenings, all in an attempt to improve the fairgrounds, inform the community, and not get in the way of the capital improvements that are planned.
Comments? Sir?
Go ahead. Yes.
I get it now. I looked at the fair board and this was just for the county fair.
Yeah.
And this is for capital.
Correct.
I got it. I'm with you. The only thing I'm suspecting that we have, how many electronic boards in the county right now between?
Well,
Well, we
five.
have three. There's 5 electronic display boards. I'm certain that not all 5, not certain. I strongly suspect we'll never have all 5 being used at the exact same moment. And my feeling would rather buy another one for the fair board. I think
Sure, borrow it.
loaning one would work just fine. So it's just a comment.
No, and I had noticed those around town,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
certainly
probably.
I think that would be helpful.
What's the
for-
marquee mean to you though? You think about hanging it over the gate?
Yeah, I mean, originally, and to be fair, this was my idea, it would sit on that new fence, but if we can save money, that's
I'll
also,
talk to you aside from this. I think I have a giant board that I could donate to you. I'm going to find out.
okay,
I think I do.
okay.
Yeah, and as I respect Commissioner Princess suggested about these variable message boards, we really have 3, but there are 5 in the county. We certainly, I think, would be willing to have a conversation about that. But generally, I think with what you're talking about, those typical marquee signs are either on a base and they're part of the whole design, landscape design, entryway kind of stuff, not a CDOT orange sign flashing. That's all.
I have a huge black one
Wow.
that's programmable. It's made to be outside. You can actually adhere it right to the fence.
Okay, yeah.
Think. So
Okay.
if that's available, I'm going to do my best to get that to you.
And so the request would be targeted towards a new fence and a possible sign. Is that? do I
And
hear
then
you?
some pens for the hog, because once we tear out the old fence, those hog pens would be addressed.
And so I would think the hog pen reno would be part of the fair budget, but.
We just talked about this on
You can
Monday.
share.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Uh,
And
I don't
then
think 5,000 is enough if everything she's saying.
Yeah, because there was additional
right.
show ring panels. So that's a lot for a $5,000 budget, but I think if we have some options for signage, that could reduce that.
Sure.
And honestly, either of those solutions I'd be happy with. Thank
With
you.
sharing the fair board budget too.
So those 2 requests bring us to $27,500. That's the bottom line on
That's correct.
CTF.
That's correct.
All right, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Get that. Gentlemen, let me just, so she can walk out here with some kind of indication. Right, I mean, that's how we handle it. I think last year, Donna, we kind of did indicate to folks whether we were gonna recommend that or not. So what's your feelings about that? Okay.
Thank you, gentlemen.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Appreciate
Sorry we
it.
have to wait.
Big John, you are up, sir.
Good morning.
How interesting has everything been so far? You said you were interested in watching some of this, so.
Sausage is sausage.
It's okay. It's okay. I like the way you,
Problem is
you commissioners try to satisfy everybody. It's pretty nice.
the spending taxpayer money, so we have to be careful. So that's what we're doing. Thank you.
That's our financials for this year as of October 15th. Well, I didn't bring last year's, but anyway, last year we had a real good year money wise. Last year, remember a year ago, and I didn't want to ask for anything as everybody else. And we were given $1,000 because we just had an $820, whatever it was, bill on our heating unit to get it fixed in September. And so we had since then, and then before the year was over, we had 2 more bills for just over $800, which was we had to get new lights again for exit lights. I don't know how you guys do it over here, but we have the light up exit lights. They're expensive.
You live in the wrong town, dude.
Yeah, then we have to have the exit lights that not only light up, they have little lights on the corner zone. Right? So that was $800 and something.
Okay.
And then the inspector came in for the,
Weren't they wired already? You had to.
they have to be able to, they have to stay on even if the power goes out.
Right.
Right, gotta be battery.
But they didn't have 2 lights on the corners.
Right.
That's the newest ones now.
Yeah, with the big white lights to show it light up. where you can see.
And that was $820 such. Everything was just, and then we had another fire suppression system inspector. So, well, we didn't have the latest hookups in there or electronic or something. Had to have another box put in. That was just over $800. It was interesting to see electricians and the fire suppression people working together, pulling all these wires and doing all this mess. I like to watch that stuff, but I just learned it was tricky. But anyway, so I think you've got the letter. We just asked him for $1,000 for next year. We figured it's probably going to be something.
We have
what
it
you're
down to
showing.
1,500.
About 1,500, yeah. Okay, 1,500 for next year. It's like there's always something. And then I was looking at your exit signs here in this building. They don't even light up. How do you guys get away with that?
We pay dearly under the table to make that happen.
Depends on what you want.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
First of all, I really appreciate the senior center. So what I'm gonna say, please don't take this as a negative. You see how we squeeze.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, we're starting off with a balance of 15,777. And then the revenues appear to be about 2,000 greater than the expenses.
We had another good year. Yes, sir.
You did great.
And we, even with,
So my question is, why do you need anything? I'm just asking, don't get mad.
well, we could give it back if we don't spend it.
It's what?
If we don't spend it, we could give it back. But we really could get by with nothing if that's what you guys want to do. It's,
I'm not trying to beat you.
no,
I
no,
really am not. I think it's a wonderful.
no, I was asking for nothing
I'm
less.
not gonna send you in to negotiate with anybody.
No, you know,
So,
I've been doing it 8 years. In fact, we were in the hole the first 2 or 3 years pretty bad. And we've been fortunate. And then this year we're fortunate, and you can see right on there, our meals program sponsor, UCOG, out of Salida,
right,
they pay us rent for each meal day because they rent, that's the center for the meal day. It's actually their program. They're the official sponsors of it. And the rent fees have gone up if they pay everybody. And a rental is over 800 a month, 800 a quarter, excuse me. And first times 5, 6, 7 years ago, it was like $400 to $450 a quarter because they've increased that with their budgeting. But then this year, what really helped us was they're on a fiscal year, June 30th, state and with the feds. If they have excess funds, they like to distribute them because they know every center needs something or will need something. So we got a $2,500 for them. So things like that really help us out. And
so our job is really not to dissect your budget. Our job is to decide whether or not we want to honor your request for CPF money. Do you have a specific need? Do you have plans for this money specifically or not?
not right now.
Okay,
So like I say, it's either way is fine with me. We're doing really well right now. And so I
you did
just,
not ask for anything in 2019, as I recall.
yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, we didn't ask for anything and we got,
No, we have you down for 1,000 for last year.
yeah, we got $1,000 last
Westwood
year.
gave him $4,000,
And this year,
500.
with all these little sneaky things coming in, we thought 1,500 was like our max that we would even need. And if we don't spend it, then obviously we could ask for nothing for next year, for the next year.
Speaking of masks, do you mind if I go off the rabbit trail just for a moment?
No, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I'm gonna go off this project just for now.
Uh,
If you purchase masks, gloves, any supplies that are used because of necessary expenditures because of COVID, and they weren't budgeted, which of course nobody budgeted that stuff. No one knew that COVID was coming. Those could be reimbursable. So if you have your receipts, I would strongly urge the senior center to, on our website is a form to be reimbursed for those expenses. So we have a significant pot of money that we, the county, have received from the state. They receive their money from the federal government. I would strongly urge you for anything that's related to COVID directly that's already spent, I would really urge you to send in a request for reimbursement and you may get your money back. So I appreciate you letting me go off the rabbit trail, but as soon as you said we bought masks and stuff, I just want to make sure you're aware of that program.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We don't track year to date on these because we write them a check.
That's correct, is, so far, not everyone has requested their money because so many of the functions that were going to happen were COVID canceled, so they've let it go. I think there's probably 17. We probably spent 17 of last year's.
Okay, I guarantee I'm gonna say it, that'll save somebody else wasting their oxygen because they'll blame this on the election year, right? Because it's an election year. No, that's nothing to do with it. I'm gonna suggest that we allocate $2,500 for the Senior Citizen Center. I don't care about their budget. I don't think the CTF money was designed to bail out people's shortfall budgets. I think this is additional money for them to do stuff. I would appreciate the senior citizen coming and saying, this is exactly what we want to use our CTF money for.
Okay.
And you haven't been able to do that today. I know you have needs up there. If you really truly honestly believe 1,500 is enough, then that's, I'll go with that. But
See, right now, latest inspection from who knows where. I don't know if they ever come to this building or not, but anyway, our door on the south side that opens up to the alleyway there behind the back of the building. You go up 2 little flights and you open this door. Well, I put a handicap, one of those handles that you can do this, that are big round handles, harder for some people to turn those. And I put one of those on 3 or 4 years ago. Anyway, long story short, that inspector said that far door has to be where you can just bump it, as it has to have the bumper on it.
right.
So that's up in the air, right? We got a preliminary estimate of $500 to $600. I don't think there's a rush on that one. That's just the next goofy expense of it.
Well, do you guys, you don't have, just to tag on what Tom said, you got $1,700 now in your bank account to do things with that you've earned. And you got some more to go. People are gonna be donating over Christmas and all that. And then,
No, we're not.
and I don't know what Silver Cliff and West Cliff have given you for next year. But
West Cliff gives us, pardon me, Silver Cliff gives us $500. Essentially, we have a rent-free building from them.
so, and the others, but do you have projects that you need to do that you've just been waiting? Or because I'm all for giving you what you can, but,
No, we
but
did
if you
have-
can't spend what you got,
We did
you're
have,
just gonna be banking it.
but we did have one, is that in mind, the board, we're talking about, we have no storage space for anything. I mean, we have some storage space for everything
You could get
in
a
there.
little shed outside
We're
or
talking
something.
about getting a, one of those steel shed things.
A shed or something.
And little rather large ones. And maybe sharing it with the museum, because they don't have any storage space either.
Okay.
Have to be stuff you really want to keep and store, because it would be located over at the Silver Cliff yard. We're not going to put it right anywhere else that we have. We haven't really, that's a big expenditure, so we're talking, the board has talked about it, and but we haven't tried to order one or anything, because it's just, you're talking about $4,500 or whatever it is for these big.
Would you accept 2,500 if the Board of County Commissioners offered it to you?
Yes, we
Can
would.
you go buy a shed? I don't want to just give you $2,500 and have it sit there.
It's supposed to have a carryover, so you have some additional money.
Right.
If it's just more than that.
I just threw out a number, gentlemen. If you want to go with 1,500, let's move on.
Yeah, 1,500 would be fine. It's so that we do have the shed we've been talking
Let's go
about.
with, I suggest, let's go with the 1,500. That's what he wants. There is a carryover. And then if the need arises during the year and you don't have the funds, you come to us and we're gonna do, we tell
We got
everybody.
an outreach fund.
We're not gonna harm the senior center because we didn't do a good job guessing. And that's all the budget is.
So we've actually sort of spent the 1,000, because we did go ahead and get our roof refurbished, redone. The garden level roof, the screws are out of it. They're coming up. There's a ton of rust. And we have spent, okay, I had the number.
25, let's move on. I'm good with that.
I don't care. I just
Okay.
Okay, that was
got the money.
4887.
1,000 to senior center unless
How
someone
much?
yells at me.
4,887, because they actually refurbished the whole roof. It looks great. You guys ever?
You got 2,500.
2,500.
Good,
Candy, you good with that?
Okay.
$2,500, sir.
That's really good. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
271, 541, 44.
One more time, sir.
271, 541, 144. Adding an extra 1,000 to senior center.
I already had it at 2,750. I'm on Conservation Trust Fund. Sorry.
I didn't do a thing with conservation.
Oh, okay. So, thank you, we're good.
Pretty good, okay.
So
He's adding there,
1,500,
he's
so we're
adding
adding
there.
another 1,000.
So are we adding for Conservation Trust Fund? How much?
I would
I
track,
didn't-
so at
Thousand
CTF,
more than they asked.
we're at 28,500, Donna. We gave,
So extension, we're
I'm
giving
writing it down. Yes.
25
yes,
and
fair board
fair
5,
board. Okay, so let me give you
and
the
then,
number with those in it.
25 for the
Right?
yes.
Okay.
And then
20.
senior citizens went to 2,500. So that should
That's
bring
10
us
grand.
to 28,500.
Verify that. You know, they.
1,000 there, I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. How are you? We're just doing some clerical stuff, so thank you for coming up today. Appreciate that. You're representing
The Wetmore Library and the
and both.
community.
Okay. What would you like to start with first?
We'll start with the community center.
Okay.
So the community center asked for 6,000,
Mhm.
which
Says library.
we could. Well, there's a community
Well,
center and a
community
library.
center,
I see both of them.
Two different.
Oh, they're both 6.
Yeah, yeah. The spars can't come up anymore.
Right. And probably general order of business. I know well, I gotta be careful because it might have been the library, but one of them did the hanging flowers and,
That's a library.
okay. So
Yeah, just general stuff that happens.
okay, for the community center, we're back on the community.
We're on the community center, yeah. We're strictly a community center right now. We've had people come in regularly for the heating and air conditioners seem to
Right.
be having problems. I don't know why. Replacing filters. They're just always, in a building.
So here's a question for you. John's always calling me, we gotta do this. I said, okay, go ahead. We gotta replace the filter. I don't really ever follow up and track to see where those expenses are taken out of. Are they taken out of building and maintenance at the county level, or are those coming out of CTF funds? Do you know?
I think they're CTF funds.
We pay their all utilities.
We pay all their maintenance, repair, and
That's all the AC repairs, all.
so that's all been coming back on us,
Since it's our building.
right? Okay. Again, we don't track that. I see you went up by 1,000 this year over last year. Any specific reason for that?
Did you say they spent it? You don't
I
track it.
don't know what they spend their CTF. I would imagine paper products,
Right,
books.
but we
all
don't
those
track
those
what
things
they
for
spend it
that.
on.
I do
We
not,
just
but
write
ours
them
is
a
the
check.
utilities and the repairs
Right.
and things since the building belongs
Because
to.
we do write them one check, correct?
For
Yes.
CTF, but every month I pay for phones.
Right,
internet,
I'm
all
just talking
those
about
other things
CTF.
together. But there's, nope.
Because we don't
one
have a
time-
year-to-date expenses on their CTF money. We write, any entity, we write them a check and that's
They
the
don't
other. We
spend it
never
however
really
they do.
know.
We don't
Yeah.
even know
We
whether
don't
they
even know if
spend it.
they did spend it. They're supposed to.
Right, but
Maybe take a trip to Pueblo for a week.
Supposed to spend it on what they tell us. Did we get written plans on CTF from everybody this year, Karen?
On the letters requesting, yes, everyone, the only one I haven't gotten an actual letter is extension.
Right.
But
So the question on the table was, why do we need another $1,000?
So,
Let her have it.
go ahead. I'm thinking out loud.
I am not the bookkeeper. So
Can't shoot the messenger, huh?
I'm sorry.
That's fine.
I should have.
It's a fair enough question if you don't.
There's just always, mowing the lawn, the gas, fixing the mower. And sometime, one year we had to buy the mower, paying for the cleaning, paying for the mowing. And then there's just always incidentals when you have a building like that.
But
We're
the
not
question I was gonna ask
Spending a week in
related to
Pueblo.
that is, where is the maintenance and upkeep for the Wetmore Billings County building? Is this it?
No, we just said,
No,
Donna just said.
I know.
She pays it all.
It comes
I
out
know
of our
she
grounds
does.
and buildings, repairs and
That's right,
maintenance, or
right.
utilities, or
Right.
communications.
So why isn't the mower and all that maintenance included like
We
everything
wouldn't
else?
know unless they asked you.
She just said she spends money
Right.
on maintenance or for the mower and stuff. I'm just trying to.
No, we just wouldn't know if they decided that they wanted to do that, or they could have asked you all,
Right.
you know, just, can we spend a bill?
Can you
for
spend it
anything?
out of the fund we already have?
In the past, we've had like one small project, like one year we bought the mower, one year we redid the floor on the second floor. One year we did windows on the south side. I mean, we just,
Right.
there's always we try to have one small project every year just to keep up. But of course, now that we have a new building,
Capital investments or whatever you want to call
but we have had
it.
one small
I was just
project every
asking
year.
Why that's
Yeah.
different here. That's all.
Well, I'm good with 6,000.
It is used a lot. It is incredible. It's a wonderful entryway for Custer County. I can't tell you how many people have picnics there. You run in and use the bathroom.
Kids play.
Yeah, it's a wonderful way to enter Custer County, and it's used a lot, and I am so grateful.
Yeah. Don, I have a question for you.
We're okay with it.
These CTF monies, I've got it down here. I just didn't dig it out, and that was on me. Do those have to be encumbered from the county by a certain date? Can we revisit CTF in July and give out more money, or I just don't remember how that
You know,
works.
I don't believe it has to be encumbered. It seems like, didn't we last year before? That you got, the Wetmore did the library project for the alphabetizing
We
of
wrote
books
them
or
a separate
something.
check for that.
And people had not utilized their money, so it was gonna stay in, so you guys reallocated it to them. I remember that, and there was no issue
Okay.
with the reports on that.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with 6,000.
Oh, good.
Community center, Mr. Cannon.
It's a great,
Thumbs up.
I mean, that's what,
Library,
stay in the
The
same.
library desperately needs 6,000. We're right.
We're not gonna cut you. The question is that enough?
Is that,
I don't want to speak for them. I'm not interested. in
we
cutting you.
could desperately use 7,000. We usually have 2 or 3 fundraisers, which we have not been able to have. So that's really hurt us.
I'd recommend let's bring it up to 7,000.
I do not have a problem with that.
And again,
Here's what, for CTF money, this is where I come from. If somebody comes in here and says, we desperately need some money, I can't argue with that. That's what that CTF money's for. Exactly what it's for. It's in this case, it's not to buy filters for the furnace. I'll tell you what I'd really like to see happen down there.
Okay.
Is get the face of that building covered with something instead of that concrete. We talked about it in 2018. No idea about the kind of cost. I'm guessing probably $10,000 to do that if we had somebody donate.
Yeah, it's a beautiful building, but it doesn't look
But it
finished. It's just got that cement. Yeah,
So
I agree with you.
I would encourage you to see if you couldn't come up with a plan and a price
Okay,
and maybe come back to us on CTF money
okay.
and say, yeah, you know, we heard what you said and we need $12,000. Then we'll decide yes or no. But I just think if somebody asked me, what do you really need to spend the money on? Well, that's where I would go. Right on the back. But
I appreciate that more than I can say, because it's true. It's a beautiful building. Except
It is.
it looks like it's not finished.
Right. $7,000?
So, yeah, I will say we desperately need $7,000.
You desperately have.
I'll rephrase that because we
Okay.
do. We
Thank
do.
you.
This has been a
And I
road.
know you'll use that against us next year, and that's okay.
That's your job.
That's right. You
Our
can-
job is to remember the conversation this morning that we helped you even though you didn't ask for it because we appreciate
Thank
what
you.
you do. We
Thank you.
appreciate the library.
Thank
We
you
know
very
you
much.
need it. We know because of COVID, you couldn't have
You tracking,
fundraisers.
Don?
We're here.
Okay.
Thank you very much,
So,
Jay.
yeah, I'll just take it from her.
Yeah, you know, obviously you don't have a tax district to support your library. I mean, this one does. It's just criminal.
This is
So
it.
We've got to help out where we can, and I think this is one place we can without
Well, I can't tell you how much I appreciate it.
Okay, ma'am, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Sorry, I
that.
have a hard time speaking through a red.
Yeah, oh, I get it. All right, thanks for coming up.
Thank you very
I really appreciate it. So let's go then, gentlemen, down through the list.
Okay, now then.
I'm
Before you
at
do that.
29.5.
Before you do that, let me ask a question first.
Thank you very much.
You bet, Jim.
Because I didn't want to talk, mention this with her in here. The Conservation Trust, I don't understand the rules of engagement on it enough to see that why wouldn't we maintain that building like we do all our other county buildings? And if it needed a facelift, it ought to be paid, not out of here, it ought to be paid for out of county maintenance and whatever. Capital
If we can afford it.
fund. Well, but this money comes from somewhere.
Well, sure it does. It's
So-
given to us to give out.
I know.
Through the lottery.
But right. And so it seems like, I'm just trying to get consistency on how we manage that. Now, what are the constraints on that out of the lottery? See, if it's maintained county buildings, I don't think
Yeah,
so.
they're very specific about what that.
Right.
money can be used for.
So I'm trying to separate.
I can dig it out if you want.
Well, it's like you're buying a lawnmower, That's, why do they have a
Well,
fundraiser? That ought to be something.
landscaping is one of the eligible items.
Sure.
And so if they tie along.
And are we taking it on are we using it for our landscaping too? If that's illegal, that's all I'm asking.
Run these numbers again. I don't-
Okay, hold on just a second. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And just so you know,
That's just a
about
general
the Wetmore Community Center Library, I actually rebuild computers for them. They haven't actually had to buy new computers. I've given them new, or not new, but I
Refurb.
I refurb and upcycle all of their tech so that they don't have to buy new stuff. So it's working out okay down there.
That's great. Thank you.
So.
All right. Thank you, sir. CTF only. We're at 29,500.
30,000.
I had 40, so,
Good God.
40.
yeah, because I pulled over all the requests,
Oh.
baseball and everybody.
Oh, I thought that was already into 20,000.
It is on our sheet.
Well, but for the approved, because you guys haven't,
Oh, we haven't approved them yet. That's where we're headed.
okay.
Oh.
that was where-
But 15, 15, 25, 1,000, 6, 8.
No, 7,
I'm sorry, 7,000 was for the library.
right?
So 15, 15, 2,500, 1,000, 6,000, 8,000, 7,000, 2,000, 2,500, and 5,000.
Okay, well, wait a minute.
And then 25 for the extension.
The library was
That was in there.
7,000. Did you get that?
Yeah, I said 7,000 for the
Sorry, I
library.
missed it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
now-
missing.
Huh? So can I bring up Rotary Van, even though there's no one here to talk about it?
There won't be. I should have started this conversation with that. She scratched that. Yeah,
Okay.
Rotary Van
Take that
scratched.
out.
So I took that out. The 2,500 is a zero.
All right, so let me add all this. up.
That's why we were different, Jay.
35,000 is what you.
I haven't added them up.
Oh, okay, 35 is what I have.
Is,
500.
do you have Rotary Van in there?
No, I just took your van out because I had forgotten to do that. But let me,
So let's see, 3,000, 5,500, 6,500, 12,005, 20,000. 5, 27,000, 29,000, 29,000 and 7,500 it looks like. That doesn't match yours either, does it? So. Then I want to impart another tidbit for you gentlemen on CTF. Let me get this cleared up. What's Councilman doing back there? You just sitting around?
I think he's on Facebook.
Haven't had one joke,
He's on Facebook. It's on.
hadn't on Facebook. Oh, God.
Is that, so that's what,
Okay, let me compare. So 15, 15, 25,000, 6, 8, 7, 2,000, 5,000,
That's 28.
What's the bottom line, 20?
Is it 28?
We'll let her add it up.
I'm coming up with a different number, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. I was just penciling mine as we were going.
Let
so
her
I'm
add it. I
probably
got
all jacked
28.
up.
But I may be off.
So let's go through the amounts again, and then we'll make sure we're all adding the same number.
Yeah,
So
what I have requested is equals 35,000. That's not what has been approved.
I'd like to miss something,
so baseball was 1,500,
Yep.
Correct.
baseball 1,500,
right?
Yes,
senior citizen 25,
Right,
railroad district 1,000.
right.
yes. Now I have senior citizens 1,500 because that's what they requested.
We gave them
We gave them
25.
We gave them
25.
2,500.
I'm only going on what we've agreed to. so
Oh, I'm
far.
sorry. Okay.
So 2,500 for senior citizens,
Right,
Yes.
1,000 for the railroad district,
right.
6,000 for community
Yep.
center, 8,000 for the museum.
It's not there. They didn't have anything, right?
Oh, maybe that's where we're all jacked up. I've got 8,000 penciled in there.
I didn't
See, I
have.
do too, but I don't know why.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's
That's
take
what-
that
But I
out for
do
now.
have it penciled
All right.
in there.
Well,
Let's strike that
They
8,000.
gave us a letter.
Oh, you have a letter
Well,
for them?
let
Did
me.
it say? Let's see what it says.
Geez, I thought Eileen had sent us something. Yeah, I thought,
This is for
I'd be
the
surprised if she didn't.
yeah.
Miss Virginia is out there.
museum.
Do you need us?
I'm sorry.
Silver Cliff itself.
Silver Cliff Museum.
I don't know. I
Yes.
think something about a comment. Did you say you had a comment to us?
JD's coming, Kelly's coming.
Yes, right
Okay.
here.
For what?
To talk to us.
Oh,
It's for the Silver
one of
Cliff
them has
Museum.
feathers and one of them tar. I don't know what they're doing.
So that's where the 8,000 was penciled
So
in.
she's
for them.
asking for 8.
The Silver Cliff Museum is, yes, sir.
So it was like 10,000, right? Silver Cliff Museum, 8 and the trail.
Oh,
We
yeah,
would like to.
And the trails
Yeah.
too?
8,000, and then the trail to
Trails.
trail, I think it's
See, that's
2,000.
where I
but I'll
had
need
the
to look.
40, where you guys had
That's another
30 and I had
2,000.
40. I had put Silver.
Do you have a
Cliff on.
trail to trail?
I
request?
do.
Yes, sir.
See, there's where my extra
All right.
10 came from.
Yeah, so
Right.
Silver Cliff.
That makes, Museum was 8.
Museum is, they're asking for 8.
trails is 2.
There.
With museum.
And park to park trail is 2.
Town of West Cliff is not
Probably
asking for
used by the
anything.
community or whatever.
West Cliff didn't ask for anything.
Let me check.
No, we don't usually get what's.
I don't think, no.
We did
no,
for a
sir. I
tennis
haven't
court
had
once.
them,
We took it
yeah, in a
back.
couple of years.
They give
after
it back and they
anything.
didn't use
Okay,
it.
so let's go through the list again then. 1,500, senior citizens 25, railroad district 1,000, Wetmore 6,000,
No,
Wetmore Community Center 6,000.
I thought we said 7,000.
It is 7.
That was on the library.
The library is 7,000.
I have them both at 7.
No,
No, the other one was 6.
Wetmore Community Center was 6.
Okay.
Museum is 8. Library is 7. Silver Cliff Trail 2. Extension 2,500. Fair Board
5.
5,000. Does that compute with,
You got the extension. 2,500.
yes?
37. 37,000 even.
That's what I have. It's
Okay, all right. That is assuming we approve everything that we haven't gone through yet.
That's correct.
I appreciate these folks coming in, especially while John's psychotic, he came in 8.
I know, anybody.
No, I just wanted to,
I thought he was here for airport
Yeah.
until
I
I
did
realized
too.
who he was.
So-
And I was
I
like,
don't know why.
oh.
he-
And I said, let's not till 10.
and I know we've got the money, so it goes beyond that a little bit. So Silver Cliff Museum just decides they want to send us a letter and ask for $8,000 and don't bother to show up. It irritates me. Same with any of the rest of them. I get to 1,500, so I'm gonna send them a letter. If I get it, I get it. I think they expect it to be automatic. Here's what I haven't told you, and I didn't want to say this in front of those folks. We got 48,000.
I was gonna ask you what the back one.
In the fund balance of this account.
Even?
Personally,
Is
yeah,
it even?
we probably really shouldn't have any. Lottery's giving us this money to give away.
Yes.
But that being said,
They both.
I'd love to see us take a chunk of that and fix the front of that building down there. take a chunk of this and do it. Is there something going on I'm not aware of? All right, hold on. What's up? We're not gonna go there. I just want to know, because we're still in a budget hearing.
Oh, okay. What do you want to look?
I want to know why you guys are sitting here. I don't know how else to ask it.
Because we need to talk to you about some budget items.
Okay, would you mind us finishing this conservation trust fund? Okay.
I think Eileen, they couldn't make it.
Right,
I couldn't remember.
Yes, I had
something.
emailed Eileen and asked if Eileen and Buck, is that, it would be Eileen and Buck, is that right, Donna?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, and both of them had meetings today and could not make it.
Okay,
So they had a
So,
conflict of interest.
They were, right.
Yeah.
Mhm.
and you're talking about
And that was for
Silver Cliff Trail?
And the
the
8,000
museum and the
for
trail to trail, yes. So the
Museum.
$10,000 that they requested altogether.
But they just weren't available on it today.
All right, that answers my question.
Yes.
Thank you. So just food for thought, that's where we're at
We
with
can have a talk.
CTF.
Okay, so let me ask a question, just so I fully understand this, okay? We are allocated 48,000-ish.
No,
What are we allocated for CTF?
He said,
you know what it was, 20
My estimated revenues on it is about 40,000.
this year
Yes,
for
so
2020.
what's in the pot?
48.
Right.
Tom had that in.
We have
I think
48,000
39,
conservation trust
Yes.
funds
maybe
available.
30, yeah, just sort of
well,
throw something out
Technically,
there.
yeah, because we don't have this money yet. That's
We do
the
not.
other problem. That's why
Go buy lottery tickets.
the
Fix the
fund
museum.
balance is as big as it is, because we don't have this money yet. Do you know when we get it typically?
We get it in quarterly
Quarterly
payments from the
payments.
state.
So
It's coming in.
it's coming in, so we may have to fund and then reimburse, I'm not worried about it. So with the 38,000 that's been requested, if we funded everything,
37.
37, I'm sorry, we'll have $11,000 left. Is it a viable expense to use the
You
11,000?
lost me.
We have $11,000 balance if
Okay.
it comes.
You said we have
The
40.
projected revenue is 40,000. If we spend 37, then we have an additional 3,000.
She said we have 8, Tom. She's got a $48,000
Where
balance.
did the
Okay, we
48
just
come
need,
from?
the 48 is a fund balance. This year, we're projected at 40.
Right.
So if we authorize the 37,000, then we would most likely increase the fund balance by 3,000,
Right.
which brings us to 51.
Correct.
And then if we want to use the fund balance, we can. That's where I'm trying to go.
I believe we can. That's why I asked Donna.
Yeah,
about the
I
timing.
do not believe that we have a deadline
Restriction.
I don't either.
on that. I believe we've done it late in the year.
But the reason we keep that fund balance is when we start writing these checks, they'll come out of that fund balance until we get our quarterly report.
Right, because we have had to hold checks
Right.
for 6 or
Okay.
7,000. If we didn't have it, they had to wait 6 months.
Right now, we could write all these checks and we'd be good. Is that where you at with your 11,000? Yeah, I had no idea where
Yes.
that number came from.
So
It's not?
I was at 48,000 is where the balance is,
Okay,
right? We have requests this year.
okay.
of
37, that leaves 11.
So that leaves 11,000.
11 we could
fund-
decide to use for something.
11,000 fund balance.
Right.
And then my question was, now I recognize the inflow of money and outflow of money is not timed exactly right, but it's going to come eventually. I personally, if I know it's going to be a reimbursed expense to the county, I have no problem spending it up front and then it gets reimbursed. Ultimately, it zeroes out. So the question I was going to, and you brought it up and I thought it was a good one. Is that money, can we even use that money if we wanted to finish the Wetmore Community Center? Because I agree with you, it is unfinished the way it is right now.
I don't know that. We'd have to call or
Yeah,
ask
and that
those
would,
people.
maybe you
More.
could speak to that, Kelly, if we could do a building maintenance
got a
project
feeling
on the
we're
front
about
of
to get
Wetmore.
bombarded.
Well, I have no
Conservation
idea what
Trust
this
Fund
is
money.
about, so.
I don't think you can.
Okay.
That's all restricted. Yeah.
Okay.
But you know, they have
But
a
we
set of
can use-
criteria that I don't.
Yeah, the question should be, can we use it during the year for eligible expenses. I got a list of the eligible expenses. I just
Yeah, I
haven't
think
bothered to look them
I
up.
think if something came up, I mean, I wouldn't want to do that 17 times in the year, but if a cool thing came up that I don't.
Instead of giving it, instead of paying for things out of county money, if are eligible, we could use this to offset.
Yeah, there's
Do you
just
have
not,
it, Tom? I've got
Yeah, I got it. I'm just trying to find something that would be comparable to what we're talking about.
And I don't know that you guys could, I mean, if you, yeah. Well.
Question I would have is,
don't know.
do we pay for landscaping on this courthouse? Yes, we do. Is it eligible as a conservation trust fund
We
expense?
cannot,
Yes.
county governments are not eligible.
I didn't think.
Yeah.
Building upkeep, mowing, tree trimming, trash removal, cleaning the restrooms, replacing broken equipment, fertilizer, chemicals, winterizing, landscaping. Doesn't matter, but we talked about the front of that community center.
Well, then what?
Is that building upkeep? Rental of dumpsters, no. Porta potties, no. Actually,
You said landscape or?
landscaping
mowing?
is eligible.
Why isn't that that's a county building? Why is that eligible?
Well, this is a federal program, or a state program. I don't know why.
You just told me you can't use it on county buildings, and then we're using it at the community center down there. Come on.
Well, that's what they say. County
but they buy
entities
books
are
and
not
things.
eligible.
I get you.
Okay.
So we can't give her lawnmower.
Well, until she told us that, I don't think we knew that.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
So the library, correct me if I'm wrong, Donna, the library is a non-funded entity from the county. We don't fund that library.
No, only with CTF, like a
Exactly.
donation.
Other than CT.
Yeah, just a donation to them.
That's right. And whatever fundraisers they have.
I mean, there's 6 or 7 pages. I'm gonna go through all of them. Picnic tables are, light poles are, maintenance equipment used is, facility improvements for recreation.
The brain trust of the county sitting in front of us. Why don't we?
I don't know, they're uniforms or not. So we need to make sure those baseball teams understand that.
And they've never put in there that it's for uniforms.
Okay.
It's always
It's
like
usually
fencing and
bats.
batting and it's all,
Equipment.
yeah,
Right.
it's things like that.
And the reason that they get it, and use it for that is because they do upkeep on the ball field
Right,
and all
right.
that.
I
And
just-
and they can use it.
Yes,
for that.
absolutely. I just happened to see uniforms were not. And we never had that
And
discussion.
then I was thinking, well, they have to wear a uniform at the community building.
Oh, I was on my base.
I thought, oh, that is really bad.
Yeah, so
Yes, you do.
I know, it's like,
development and construction, buildings, playgrounds, paths, trails, lakes, tennis courts, basketball, baseball, soccer, restroom facilities, pavilions, shelters, parking lots. Those are the new construction type stuff that money would be eligible for. But anyway, Jay, yeah, I just, without really digging in deep to that, and I've got the number of the lady to call, I was asking about throughout the year expenditures of CTF money.
I think you can expand it anytime. Yeah.
Answer your. So, okay, so, Bobcat baseball, yes or no? 1,500.
We all agreed already, I thought.
No, we haven't. I agree.
I agree.
Okay.
Good. Cal Ripken, 1,500.
Yep.
I agree.
Railroad District, did we get a letter?
Is that for the railroad museum? Is that
I
what?
think so.
Yes, it is.
We're getting ready to, can you highlight the
Remember the
contents of that when you get it, ma'am?
I sure will. Apply towards the continued advancement of the railroad history in Custer County.
And that's all aboard West Cliff,
I'm fine with the
1,000. Bill?
That's
I'm good. Museum, 8,000.
I should like to know what they spent last year before I just,
They redid the windows and the doors last year.
what are they gonna do with it this year if we donate that?
They were
I
gonna do
can
some
make
more.
copies of this if you.
Yeah, and next year, let's do that.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be paper copy, electronic, we can scan and send this to everybody ahead of time.
We have that tour this year, or was it last year? I can't
Last
remember.
year.
I'm good with it.
You have to see.
Work for the front of the building,
They said
eliminate some flooding.
they were gonna fix the big door, one of the things. They thought they said. Working on the front of the building.
Raising the floor, doing concrete work in the front to prevent flooding.
All right, that's good.
Okay, good there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. That's it. For a total of 37,000. Okay,
Okay,
So for my running total, I'm gonna deduct, I'm gonna add to the deficit $17,000.
okay, so we're at 281.
No, I don't know that.
Because I think I missed one in there somewhere today.
I stopped at the airport.
Oh, that's what I never. And what was that?
Okay, at the airport, after they were done, it was 270, 541,
44,
And now we're gonna add to the 270.
17, whatever he said it was.
So it's 270, 540. Whoa, hold on.
Should be 271.
71.
It'd be 281, so 41.
Yeah.
$17 even. And I'll come out to 287, 541.
Yep.
So let's, for obvious reasons here, let's postpone the rest of the discussion on the budget.
You care to
How come I
give back
didn't
$1
know this
million?
So
Who's the spokesman?
Well, hold on. Bill.
I'm kidding around
My
here.
question stands, why didn't I know this was going on during?
well, because we were just waiting till this just came up yesterday.
Okay,
And we are here we have heard about the raises in the sheriff's office,
okay.
substantial
Now,
raises.
okay, I don't want to get in the weeds yet. I just wanted to know why we didn't know you were going to be here today. Why didn't somebody come and ask us?
Because we just thought we'd wait till you guys were done and we didn't want
All right. And with respect to you guys, we're not done, but we're going to stop because obviously you got something on your mind. So we'll get into the weeds, but I would appreciate it if somebody come and say, hey, we'd like to meet with you guys before you finish your budget process today. That's all I'm saying. That did not happen, correct?
No.
At least I didn't, Jay.
You asked.
You know.
Rather talk to you individually.
Okay.
It's a mess.
All right, so you were aware of, okay, I didn't want to misspeak. I just say I said we, and I don't know.
Yeah, and I
She
truly
came and
didn't, I
asked for
truly
something.
didn't even think about
Okay.
it because you already had your schedule set, so.
Right. Okay, all right, okay,
You
what's
come
up?
back.
No, I'm fine. Gentlemen, I mean, we're not done with the budget, but I'm willing to take a recess here and so what's up?
So we kind of feel like, you guys told us 2%.
Right,
You were very concerned about budget this year and money, lack of money and all that. And so I know myself, I can't speak for anybody else. I stuck to that. Even though I've got a couple of people in my office that are way low, they need to be up. And then we hear that there was some substantial increases
Absolutely.
at the sheriff's office. And I know that they have a different thing over there. They're different.
right,
But it's kind of a slap in the face.
okay. You can take it as a slap in the face. It was never intended as that. We feel like can we just be honest, or we gotta be politically correct?
No, be honest.
All right. We feel like,
If I may, please, can we turn the live stream off since we've taken a recess? Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
This is an outside the budget question.